Der Zug fährt weiter durch die Nacht, weiter und weiter. Er hält wieder und Goebbels sagt:
Mein Führer, wo sind wir jetzt?
Ich weiß es nicht, sagt Hitler und hält wieder die Hand hinaus.
Und was passiert dieses Mal?
Diesmal beißt ihn jemand in die Hand. Ah, sagt Goebbels, jetzt müssen wir in der Tschechoslowakei sein.
Karte na pregled, molim.
Meine Brieftasche. Mein Geld. Mein Personalausweis. Mein Reisepass. Mein Reisepass.
He's lost everything. His ticket, identity card, passport, money.
Izađite, proverit ćemo na stanici. Evo ga još jednom. Ponestali.
Hajde.
One moment.
Who was he?
Refugee. Jewish, I think.
What become of him?
What would become of anybody?
What is it this time?
This is Romania, darling.
It seems a very dark place.
It's night time.
Even so.
My name is Yakimov, Prince Yakimov. I have a British passport. Gospodin. Gospodin. Gospodin.
Those lights shining in the darkness. They look like animals' eyes staring. Could they be animals?
Could be wolves.
Gara de Nord, Prince Nidland Ivkovic, Sombor, Tripolia, Orshova, Tuzebeli, Krajova,
Here we are, darling, at last.
Zaragoza, Popirela, Ploiești, Sinaia, Vedel, Brașov, Făgăraș, Sibiu, Orăștie, Beria, Deva, Arad.
Goodbye, goodbye. Welcome to Bucharest. Taxis this way.
Trenul de la peronul 1 este accelerat de Arad, Popirela, Ploiești, Sinaia, Vedel, Brașov, Făgăraș,
Luggage office, dear boy.
What's that place?
It's the Athénée Palace Hotel.
We're not staying there.
Oh, too expensive for us. Too expensive for anybody.
Who stays there?
Oh, foreign diplomats, Fleet Street journalists, decaying aristocrats, most of them plotting the overthrow of each other. Now, this is where we are staying.
Can we afford to stay here?
Of course not.
Excuse me, my dears. Could you direct me the way to the British legation?
Înainte, după teatru. No, e aici, sus lângă parc.
Thank you, my dears. Profoundly grateful.
Are we going out?
Well, I'm just popping into the university, darling. I won't be more than an hour.
Couldn't you wait until Professor Inchcape arrives?
Well, the students will be there already. You've got no idea how enthusiastic they are. You'll find lots to do. Little monkey's paws. You do look tired, you know.
Bye!
Not sure you should have come to Bucharest, dear boy.
Now, in the 3 months since we've been away, there have been quite radical political changes right across Europe. And therefore, we are starting this new term in the shadows of fascism and surrounded by wars and rumors of wars. Now, you may well be wondering how this will affect what we do here. But be not troubled. Our work here is much too important to be interrupted by a mean-spirited little man like Adolf Hitler.
My father thinks you're very courageous to return to Bucharest.
Oh, nonsense. The Germans are bound to bomb London soon. I'm much safer here.
I do not think it is safe for Jews in Bucharest, Professor.
We must all stand firm against fascism, united wherever we are.
My father wants you to come to lunch. He says he wants another chance to meet the man who teaches me English.
Well, you speak much better English than I do, Sasha.
For that, we must thank the English public school system.
Well, we shall work together on its destruction, comrade.
Bonjour, monsieur. Est-ce que vous les enregistrez?
Sorry to trouble you, dear boy, but, yes, could you direct me to the British legation?
Yakimov!
Excuse me. Something else. Yes, do you know, I know the face, dear boy. I just can't put a name to it.
McGann,
Can.
we met in a bar in Budapest. I lent you some money.
Yeah. Do you know, I'm expecting my allowance any day. In fact, just off to the British legation to see what they can do.
Sod your allowance. I need somebody who can speak English. Here, get this out for me. The whole story.
What story?
Breakup of Poland. German advance on Warsaw, refugees streaming out, me with them. Men, women, and children.
Sorry, dear boy, not really an artisan.
Listen! Please, telephone our agency in Geneva. Reverse the charges. Dictate this over the line.
But you don't understand. I haven't eaten for days. Cars impounded, walked for miles. Oh, your poor old Yaki's feeling a little faint.
You bastard. Here, take this. My press card. You can eat here, get yourself a drink, get a bed, get what you damn well like. But phone this through first, please.
Do you mean they'll give me credit?
Infinite credit, Yakimov. Guaranteed by Fleet Street. Work for me, and you can booze and stuff to your heart's content.
Dear boy.
I've missed you. The telephone rang 3 times for you.
Well, never mind about that. Guess what's happened? The Russians have occupied Vilna.
You mean they've invaded Poland?
No, it's a move to protect Poland against the Germans.
I thought we were protecting Poland against the Germans. And the telephone still rang 3 times.
Well, there's very little else a telephone can do, darling, is there?
A woman asking for you.
Well, this is a very primitive country. Telephones are new. I mean, people are crazy about them. I mean, women ring up complete strangers and say, hello, who are you? Let us have a little flirt. Come on.
What?
We're going out to meet people.
Oh, right.
Right. Now, book.
Who?
Ostași cetățeni, de curând au fost concentrate de-a lungul granițelor noastre trupe dușmane. Pe numai politica guvernului
Addressing the nation.
What's he saying?
Foreign troops massing on the frontier.
Aceasta este politica țării.
What sort of foreign troops? German? Russian?
Doesn't say.
What part of the frontier?
It doesn't say that either.
Dacă vom fi atacați,
If we're attacked, we will defend our country to the last man. We will defend our country to the last foot of soil.
am învățat cu toții lecția amară a greșelilor Poloniei.
We have learned from Poland's mistakes.
România însă nu va
Romania
fi învinsă
will never
niciodată.
suffer defeat.
Voința ei, puterea ei vor fi formidabile.
Her strength will be formidable.
Will it?
A trasura.
It smells of horse.
Well, that's part of the charm.
That horse looks too thin to have a smell. Whereas the driver...
A Scopit. One of the sites, really. They're a weird religious sect. They believe that to find grace, we must all be completely flat in front, women as well as men. So after they've reproduced themselves, the young people hold tremendous orgies and work themselves up to a frenzy during which they mutilate themselves.
You mean...
Exactly.
This is a barbarous country.
Oh, not barbarous. I mean, highly animated.
animated.
I love you.
How did you get this table? All those people are waiting.
Because we're English, and England is protecting Romania against the Germans. And I bribed the waiter.
Do you know him?
That's Ionesco. He's the Minister of Press and Propaganda in the Romanian government.
Why is he smiling at us?
Because we're English, and England is protecting Romania against the Germans. You see?
Who are the women?
His wife and relatives.
His wife looks downtrodden.
Well, she is. And Ionesco comes here because he's having an affair with Florica, the singer.
Brings his wife with him.
Ah, Inchcape and Lawson, how splendid! We're all together again. Professor Inchcape, my commanding officer. Clarence Lawson, my colleague. This is my wife, Harriet.
So, you've got yourself married.
Well, it was a very hot summer.
Dangerous place to bring a wife. Apparently, the business community wives have all been sent home.
I don't appreciate being sent anywhere, not being a parcel. And we have a choice, to be bombed in London or invaded in Bucharest.
I understand London's very quiet. Everyone digging holes with nothing to hide from.
If there were an invasion here, where would we go?
Turkey, I suppose.
Oh, there'll be no invasion. The Russians will guarantee that.
I will guarantee that.
Really?
I've just been put in charge of British propaganda in the Balkans.
To win the minds of the people.
Indeed.
How do you plan to do that, Professor Inchcape?
Oh, a regular news sheet. And we've rented a small shop just off the Cagliari Chaulier.
Ah, now what are we eating and drinking?
We are drinking, and while we are drinking, we will decide what we're going to eat.
When I arrived here, not a friend in the city. People shouting at me. Then I got run over by several lorries and cars. Thought to myself, I wondered if old Dobson's still at the legation. But here I am. Now, old Dobson's, I don't think Yaki's on the scrounge, not a bit of it. Fact is, I'm working.
You working?
Spotted reporting for Fleet Street. Got a press card, expense account. And no problem with the hotel, none at all. Infinite credit. I'm just a little bit short of the readies. Petty cash. Exceedingly petty. Might nibble a drop of their smoked sturgeon. What do you think?
He's called Prince Yakimov. Half Irish, half Russian. It's said that he has a very peculiar English sense of humor. Wears odd shoes.
Yes, that is peculiar.
Ceaba mai mă duc acasă. Măi, e inima fripteasă. Ofnecuțe, sufletul mi-e ca pământul. Ofnecuțe, după tine mi zboare gândul. Of, când mesc o noapte de nesomnire, măi, și văd așternu tul golii. Necuțe, nu-ți văd pălăria năcui. Of, necuțe, n-am o vorbe cui să-i spui. Of, necuțe, nu-ți văd pălăria năcui. Of, necuțe, să-i spui.
must meet Sophie. My wife, Harriet.
بدوك شي بكورك هنا فلوري.
No, thank you. I'm much too depressed about the war to drink wine.
Sophie probably imagines war was declared with the sole object of depressing her.
Excuse me, I must go.
Do you enjoy that?
The Romanians are full of rage at what the world does to them. They daren't express it. She expresses it.
But did you enjoy it?
It's not my rage.
What happened to Lawson?
Oh, he has a mysterious double life. He doesn't talk about it.
Coffee, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Mr. Pringle.
I've invited Dobson and his friend to join us for coffee. I thought it would be fun to meet Prince Yakimov.
Fun? Prince Yakimov. Sophie Orishanu. Professor Inchcape, you know, I think.
Inchcape, my dear.
Guy Pringle.
How do you do?
And...
Harriet, my wife.
How do you do?
How wonderful when one has lived abroad too long to meet an English beauty. Could we have a little brandy, please? Make it a bottle to be safe.
I saw you on the train at the frontier.
Cannot tell a lie, dear girl. I was having a spot of bother. With my car, Hispana Suiza. Papers not in order. Impounded the poor girl. Nourishment.
I'm told you have a peculiarly English sense of humour and wear odd shoes.
Correctly informed, dear girl. There we are. Do you know, have a pair at home exactly like these.
Yes, that is peculiar.
Well, I'm delighted you agree. I was telling old Dobson here, I'm now an accredited war correspondent.
Yes, I've told them.
A German advance on Warsaw. Refugees streaming out. Men, women, and children machine-gunned from the air, dead, buried by the roadside. Magnificent stuff. Your poor old Yaki got it out while it was hot.
Do you think the Nazis are funny?
Started out all right. Overdid it somehow. Nobody likes them now.
I believe that is the Foreign Office view. Is that so, Dobson?
The Foreign Office has no view.
I once painted my windows black. Perhaps the Foreign Office has done the same.
Why do you laugh? Is it funny?
Do you have jokes in Romania?
Oh, yes. We say, what is the difference between a kitten and a ball of wool?
And what is the difference?
If you put a kitten to the foot of a tree, it will climb up. It seems absurd to me.
My dear, everything's absurd. With the exception of brandy.
Can we order brandy?
But to light your fag, you smile, boys, that's the style. What the use of worrying? It never was worthwhile.
Is that cheating?
pack
Very
up.
likely it's a
Long way to Tipperary. It's a...
Is Guy finding you a flat?
No.
Sophie's going to find us a flat.
What a generous woman she is.
I seem to have forgotten my room number, dear boy. It's Yakimov, Prince Yakimov. Oh, yes, and no breakfast, but yeah, perhaps you'd be good enough to send half a bottle of Veuve Clicquot up to my room. About noon.
Prince Yakimov.
Prince Herzimoskos.
And your old friends from those days in Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
Count Ignatius Horvat and Chichipalu.
Mon cher ami, quelle surprise.
Dear boys.
I wonder if you will do us the honor of joining us in a small nightcap.
Perhaps a little brandy. A celebration.
Of old times.
Yes, but tomorrow, dear boys.
Tell me about Sophie.
Tomorrow,
And tomorrow and tomorrow.
I shall take you to the park and confess what little there is to confess. Don't worry, darling. Oh, Pringle's all right. Oh, Pringle's not a bad chap. Oh, Pringle's not a bad chap at all.
What does Sophie do, apart from running after men?
She's taking a law degree.
It's quite impressive.
Well, everybody in Romania takes a law degree. It enables you to lick stamps in the civil service.
Why was she depressed last night? Was it because of the war? Or because you were married?
You are so interested in people and their private lives.
Well, you're interested in ideas. I'm interested in people. If you were more interested in people, you might not like them so much.
Well, you can put your mind at rest. She'd given up any idea of marriage ages ago.
She once had that idea, then.
What? Sophie's mother was Jewish. Until recently, she worked on an anti-fascist magazine.
She wants a British passport.
Well, it was never a serious possibility.
But it was a possibility.
Well, one has to be polite.
And I suppose you lent her money.
A little.
Did she pay you back?
Well, in Romania, the attitude to loans is somewhat different.
The money's never returned.
Darling, we can afford to be kind to people who are sad and lonely and frightened.
There are thousands of people like that. There isn't time to be kind to all of them.
We must try.
You're an extraordinary man.
Of course I am. We're all extraordinary. You're extraordinary. I noticed it the first time we met.
When we first met, you made me feel I was the centre of the universe.
And so you are.
But you make everyone feel like that.
Well, isn't that a good thing to do?
Yes. It's wonderful. People feel they can come to you for anything. But you're always somewhere else when I'm with you. What's wrong?
Calinescu.
Who's Calinescu?
Well, the Prime Minister. He was shot dead last night in the chicken market. Come on.
Where?
Well, the English bar at the Athénée Palace. That's the place to find out what's going on.
Last night, coming home in the taxi, I heard shots.
Oh, so you did? There you are. You see, you're extraordinary too.
You Yakimov?
Yes, dear boy. Me, Yakimov.
Deputising for McCann?
Oh, liked him a bit.
Galpin. Echo. Any news about last night?
Oh, well, yeah, it was quite a party.
I'll say. The old formula. Someone inside creates a disturbance, then the bastards march in to keep order.
The old formula. Right.
Well, it's obviously the work of the Iron Guard.
Iron Guard?
But Nazi sympathizers, right-wing fascists.
And the Germans will be here within the week.
Impossible. The Russians have moved into eastern Poland.
The Nazis will go through the Ruskies like a hot knife through butter.
I say, dear girl, do tell what's going on.
Haven't you heard about the assassination?
Assassination? No. Who assassinated who?
A group of young men killed the Prime Minister last night and then drove to the broadcasting studios and announced that he was dead or dying. They didn't know which.
I thought assassins were more efficient than that.
They filled him full of lead, clung to the car door, little pink hands, striped trousers. Then he slid down, patches of dust on the side of his patent leather shoes.
I say, that's awfully good. Yeah, well, did you write that? Were you there?
It was seen. Now the frontier's closed, international line's dead, and they won't let us send any cables.
Oh, well. Saves your job, dear boy. Might as well have another drink.
Se pot trimite telegrame de la Poșta Centrală. Cables can now be sent from the Central Post Office. Il est possible d'envoyer des télégrammes de la Poste Centrale.
Oh, no, I don't think I should go out today, dear boy. Feeling a little fragile.
Are you doing McCann's job or not?
Oh.
Come on. Got the story? German plot, excuse to march in and take over.
Not quite sure how to spell assassination.
McCann is one of my oldest and dearest friends, and I'm not having his reputation ruined by a twerp like you. Here.
I'm deeply grateful, dear boy. Not really an artisan.
We haven't finished.
Where are we going?
Marketplace.
Shopping?
They got the chaps that did it.
Oh, the assassins?
Yeah, he picked them up during the night, executed, they're on display in the market.
You mean corpses?
Yeah. See, that one wasn't dead when they pitched him out.
Quite.
See how he twitched?
Can't blame a chap for twitching. Dear boy, I haven't recovered from yesterday's corpses.
Today, the Minister for Press and Propaganda will give us the official version of the assassination. Should be free drinks.
Oh. Today, Romania, with a broken heart, announces the tragic loss of her much-loved son and premier, Armand Călinescu, assassinated by 6 students who failed to pass their baccalaureate. While attempting to forgive this mad act of disappointed youth, the nation is prostrate with grief. You have all been very naughty, you know, with your fantasies. Your guests in a neutral kingdom. We wish no quarrel with our neighbors.
What a load of bollocks. Minister, could you tell us which fantasies you were talking about?
The fantasies that the assassins were iron guardists in German pay, that the Germans had planned an invasion. Please, remember, it was announced by His Glorious Majesty the King that not a single Gardist remains alive in this country. And yet, a reputable journalist of a famous newspaper accused our great and glorious king, father of culture, father of his people, of being behind this fiendish murder. On investigation, we learn that this journalist is a sick man, wounded while driving out of Poland. Nevertheless, as soon as he is capable, he and his associates will be ordered to leave.
Those bodies, they look pretty old for students.
In this country, we have students of all ages. Some remain at the university all their lives.
Hideous.
Yes, well, Inchcape will put them in their place.
Oh, very impressive. Have we won the minds of the people yet, Clarence?
Can you imagine what they've sent us, the British wartime propaganda? Travel posters, the Shakespeare country, the Lake District, the Broad.
Oh, yes, that should impress the Iron Guard.
The Iron Guard is destroyed. The King said so.
Who's this?
Brenda.
Your fiancé?
Yes.
Oh, where's Inchcape?
Attending the funeral. Official guest. Professor of English and Director of Misinformation to the Balkans. He's also sulking.
Doesn't he like funerals?
I've taken on an extra job. I've been asked to organize Polish relief. No salary, just expenses in a car.
What's it mean?
Everybody in England is busily knitting socks and pullovers for the gallant Poles. I have to make sure that they reach the said gallant Poles.
What else is happening in England?
Oh, everybody's been digging up their gardens, putting in air raid shelters. As soon as it rained, they filled up with water.
No air raids.
Give the Germans time. They're doing quite well with their U-boats.
The Druckers live there, but they own next door as well. In fact, I think they own the whole street.
Unusual friends for a man like you.
Sasha is a brilliant student, and his father is charming.
Even though he's a capitalist hyena.
Well, one learns to live with contradictions, darling.
Are you enjoying Bucharest, Doamna Pringle?
I find it very strange. Not like England. But I find much kindness here.
Well, apart from the legation women who have diplomatic immunity, Harriet is the only English woman left here.
You are forgetting Bella Niculescu. She's an English woman.
Are ceva bani, dar nu e cum il fu.
Ba chiar, dimpotrivă.
Bella Niculescu is a very tiresome woman. You wouldn't have much in common with her.
You don't like her. Neither me.
She's a bourgeois reactionary.
I do business with bourgeois reactionaries every day, my dear guy.
Yes, Emmanuel. Well, then, perhaps you can confirm or deny the rumor that I've heard that there will soon be complete financial collapse in Germany and the war will be short.
There will be no collapse. We're Jewish.
You are Jewish. I am Romanian.
We do not love the Germans, but we didn't cause the war. We must live. A banker upholds the existing order.
Supposing the order ceases to exist? Supposing the Nazis come here?
The Nazis will not come here. The Russians will prevent that happening.
Rușii vor face ce au ei interes să facă. Și sigur că nu vor face nimica de dragul nostru.
De ajuns, Clara, ajunge. Such fate you have in the Russians.
Something must happen. The workers in this country are scandalously underpaid. As for the peasants...
The peasants are beasts. They are hopeless.
There is room for all here. There is work and food for all. The Romanians are content to do nothing but eat, sleep, and make love. The Jews and foreigners around the country. Should we be persecuted because we work hard?
The Germans will persecute you. The Russians will not.
Who can say? All I want is that my son should lead a decent and peaceful life.
Un berufen. Sashenka. Pupel.
Got your message, dear boy. Now, gathered you wanted a word.
Give me my press card back.
You know, I still don't know what I've done wrong.
I'll tell you. You've run up a bill during the last month amounting to 200,000 lei. You've got me deported. You've sent out stories in my name that were just scandals and rumor.
Oh, yes, but I thought you liked hot news, dear boy. I kept my ears open in the bar, listened, warmed it up a bit. Galpin helped. Decent fellow.
Galpin works for another paper. If our paper sinks with all hands, his paper will be delighted, understand?
Hardly at all, dear boy.
Goodbye forever, thank Christ.
Well, this is absolutely splendid, darling.
Thank you.
Splendid. Really splendid. And you negotiated the whole thing yourself with the landlord?
Mostly in French.
You don't speak French, do you?
Neither did he. But that's what we spoke. And Despina helped.
Despina?
Bună ziua, domnule profesor, eu sunt femeia dumneavoastră de serviciu, Despina.
Mă bucur de cunoștință, Despina.
Și eu, domnule profesor, v-a plăcut casa și balconul? Ați văzut ce frumos este?
It seems a servant comes with the flat.
Și două camere.
What's she talking about? More room?
Da, veniți pe aici să vă arăt. Ați văzut balconul, domnule profesor? Veniți pe aici, vă rog. Mai here, domnule profesor. Pe aici, doamna Pringley, mă scuzați cu ea înainte, domnule profesor? Veniți după mine aici. Domnule profesor, doamna Pringley, veniți să vă arăt. Să vedeți ce frumos este aici. Da, să vă arăt. Frumos este.
Oh, I see. This is a luxury flat. It has 2 servants' bedrooms.
Isn't that a storeroom?
Nu, asta e camera femeii de serviciu, domnule profesor. Dați-vă.
It's a shed.
Nu, a doua camera femeii de serviciu.
I don't understand. Where's the other one?
My room in the kitchen, Mrs. Brinkley. Și asta e a doua.
I thought that was a cupboard.
Yes, well, in Romania, servants usually sleep in cupboards.
Stați să vă arăt ceva frumos. Royal Palace.
Good heavens, so it is. Darling, you've performed miracles.
Sophie gave me the address.
Well, even so.
It's nice to be at the centre of things.
Wherever we are, that will always be the centre of things. So what's he charged with?
Buying money on the black market.
Well, that's nonsense.
What's the real reason?
He's a banker, he's Jewish, he's pro-British. That's enough for a Romanian government.
They say about him his heart is in England, but his pocket in Berlin.
What about the family?
I've heard nothing.
Well, I must go and see them. Sasha will be in a terrible state.
You haven't drunk your tea.
You'll keep Harriet company, won't you?
It's my pleasure.
Will Drucker be able to buy himself out of prison?
I doubt it.
Why?
His money's out of the country, mostly in Switzerland. He could go to it, but it can't come to him.
There seems to be no answer.
There is no answer.
You must be Guy's new wife.
Yes.
Bella Nicolescu, my husband, Nico.
Delighted to meet you.
Guy disapproves of me totally. He thinks I'm a reactionary. But that's no reason why we shouldn't be friends.
Enchanté, madame.
You must come and have tea with me.
I'd love to.
And how's life at the British legation?
In the circumstances, one can't complain.
One might be coming to you for sanctuary before long. Excuse me, we're meeting friends. We'll have tea and talk about Guy behind his back. Is that reasonable?
Extremely.
Goodbye.
Bye. What does Nico do?
Nothing.
Bella's rich.
Bella's rich.
Sasha's disappeared. So have the rest of the family.
How do you know?
I asked a secret policeman.
Imagine. That big house. That powerful family. They're more secure than we are.
Dear boy, you seem to have presented me with this bill.
Mon cher prince, if you cannot pay, I must present this matter to the British legation.
24 hours?
24 hours.
I was thinking of moving into the Minerva.
The Minerva is full of Germans.
Oh, Yaki's not a proud man.
And the Minerva is almost as expensive as the Atene Palace. You must try to live within your means.
I have no means. That's my difficulty.
You must find yourself a bed-sitting room.
A bed-sitting room?
Did you really have to invite that woman?
She's on her own.
Yes. Well, in that case, you won't mind that I've invited Lawson and Inchcape.
Well, they'll bring their own wine.
And Yakimov.
Anybody else?
Yes, well, I did just mention to Sophie that...
Sophie? Wonderful.
M-a făcut de râs. Nu, doamna primire. Ăsta este ultimul care mai...
Dear boy. I took the liberty of bringing an old friend. I met him in the English bar. Lonely. Long way from home.
Do be that. Humble member of the proletariat.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
What a lovely surprise. Another chair, Despina.
Fie la dracului să fie, dar cât am să tu cu scaunele astea, am nebunit? Parcă sunt nebun.
How much did you lend him?
What? 1,000 lei. What, you mean that? Well,
De unde dracu să mai aduc atâtea scaune? Că nu mai am, Doamnă, de unde să mă duc. M-am dus până la toți vecinii și nu mai am. Oh, Doamne, Dumnezeule, Doamne, că nu mai
Well, God help us, everyone.
Absent friends.
Dear departed, we're not forgetting good old England.
And peace in our time, if I may be so bold.
bottoms up, yeah.
So where are you staying in Bucharest, Mr. Dibida?
Claire Plevny, with a family of poor Jews. The poorest of the poor.
Yes.
The only decent folk in this dirty, depraved, godforsaken capital.
More turkey, anyone?
Yeah, go.
If that's Neville Chamberlain, tell him what he can do with his piece of paper, eh?
Darling, where are you? Why aren't you here?
Sophie.
Yes, look, we're missing you. Sophie... She says she's too depressed to come to the party. She's threatening to do something desperate.
Such as?
Such as take an overdose or jump out of the window.
Excuse me. Go ahead and jump.
And never brought to mind. Should old acquaintance be forgot for the sake of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne.
This is a New Year song, not a Christmas song.
Yeah, well, it's the principle of the thing.
What principle?
Well, I can't remember, but it's old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
No, I really must go, darling.
Go where?
Well, to Sophie. Make sure she's all right.
We'll both go.
Well, that isn't necessary, is it?
She jumped out of the window. We'll leave both of us to carry her. That didn't take long. I assume she didn't jump out of the window.
Oh, no.
Overdose?
No. She really is a very silly woman. And you really are a very sensible woman. And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Look, Winter.
You promised me a sleigh ride.
Did I? This way.
What's it mean?
It says, "Come water your horses, all you that are able. Come water your horses and give them some corn. And he that won't do it, the sergeant shall know it. He shall be whipped and put in a dark hole."
It's cold.
Come on.
You going out?
Yes, we've been summoned to a meeting with Commander Sheppey. Shakespeare! Yes, I shall need that.
That Secret Service man?
Shh, no one is supposed to know.
Everybody knows. Looks as if he's taken a correspondence course in leadership.
Oh, cheerio, darling.
Cheerio.
What have we here?
A map.
But what have we here?
Does he mean the Danube?
Well, at a rough guess, I'd say it was the Danube.
The Danube. Right. Now, you've been called here today because you're Englishmen. Young, robust, patriotic Englishmen who ought to be on active service, but for one reason or another are not.
Do I take it, General?
Commander.
Do I take it that conscientious objectors have no part in your plans?
In my world, young man, there is no such thing as a conscientious objector.
Good afternoon, Commander.
Right.
I think I'm a pacifist.
I should tell him later.
We'll be forming a striking force to hit the enemy where he'll feel it most. The belly. Last year, 400,000 tons of wheat went from Romania to Germany. And how did it get there?
The Danube?
The Danube, right. The belly. We'll be blowing things up. Explosions, laddies, explosions. We'll start with the iron gates. Remember, this isn't a lark, but it is an adventure. There'll be lots of fun, and we're letting you in on it. So, be prepared, await instructions, and keep your traps shut.
Of course, I'm only here as an observer. And what do you observe about Sheppey?
Very amusing and clinically insane.
Hello, little one!
What have you done?
It's only me.
Yes, but what's that?
Balaclava helmet, present from Clarence.
Profesor, arătați ca o bubiță. Aul, aul, aul.
It is not a present. It was knitted by some gallant woman, probably in West Hartlepool, for the gallant Polish refugees to protect them from the gallant winter. I have loaned it to Guy and it must be returned.
It's ridiculous. Do you imagine the Poles will miss it?
I am responsible for the contents of an entire warehouse of such gallant garments.
You're also drunk.
I want to get drunk.
You are drunk.
I want to remain drunk. Despina!
Yes, este în Lawson. Da, vă rog.
Bring us lots of beer.
Oh, lots of beer, but lots of money.
Give her lots of money, Clarence.
Yes, lots of money to buy lots of beer.
Oh, that will buy only little beer.
Well, we already have a little beer. You go and buy a little more. Oh, darling, yeah, could you put that somewhere safe for me?
Yes, of
Yes,
course.
and some beer. Right.
It says most secret.
A guy is going to blow up the River Danube and thereby bring the war to an early conclusion.
Don't sit on the cat.
Harriet, there are beggars dying in the snow. They collect their bodies each morning with a horse and cart, and you make a fuss about a cat.
People are dying. Is that an argument in favour of sitting on cats?
We don't have a cat, do we?
We have a cat. That is to say, I have a cat. Where do you want me to hide this?
Shh. Don't tell him. Secret.
You won't do it, will you? You won't go on secret missions to blow up the River Danube. You'd be hopeless. You can't even work a box of matches. Blow yourself up.
Darling, I can't fight, can I? But I do loathe and despise fascism. And I shall do anything in my power to destroy it. Now, if some apparent maniac asks me to blow things up in that cause, I think I shall do my very best to learn. And I shall be very careful. I'll ask someone else to carry the matches.
I think Yakimov is a spy. Is he not always telling us he knows secrets? But he will not tell us what those secrets are. It is no longer safe to be friendly with the English. I think we tell everyone Prince Yakimov is a spy.
Yakimov! No! Oh, dear boy. Do you know, I seem to have wandered into the wrong room.
Wrong room? You haven't got a room here. Sling your hook.
Dear boy, I really do need to stay in the centre of town, meeting friends for dinner.
You need to stay in the centre of town, hoping somebody turns up who will buy you a drink.
Well, more hungry than thirsty, to tell you the truth. I suppose you
won't get nothing more out of me, you parasite.
Wartime, you know. English should stick together.
You stick to people like shit sticks to a blanket.
Bit tasteless, dear boy.
Yakimov, have you got fleas?
If you're not a resident at the Atene Palace, you are not entitled to use their rooms.
I was a resident. I only moved out temporarily, so I took the caution of hanging onto a key, ready for when I moved back in.
And stop making people think you're a spy.
Spy? Who thinks I'm a spy?
I've been told you're spying for the British and for the Germans. Apparently you persuade people, newspapermen and the like, that you have valuable information.
Well, you know, my friends give me hospitality. I'd like to entertain them with stories.
I see. You invent the information, in fact.
One has no genuine information. One has to invent. Like to give value.
You could end up being shot by both sides simultaneously. Come in.
Is this Prince Yakimov?
It is indeed. Do you know Foxy Leverett?
Reputation, of course. Constant topic of conversation in the English bar. Foxy Leverett, intrepid hero in daring secret adventures.
Yes, we'd prefer you didn't talk about it.
Lips permanently sealed, dear boy.
Sit down.
I'm told you have a car.
A car? Well, yes and no. Fact is, the poor girl's impounded on the Yugoslav border. Spana Suiza. Beauty.
Held on the border against unpaid debts, which you left in Yugoslavia, it seems.
Misunderstanding. 35,000 could clear up the whole business before you can say Verve Cliquot.
The fact is, Mr. Yakimov...
Prince?
Fact is, I'm slipping over the border into Yugoslavia, and it would be a great help to me if I could have a motor car in which to slip back.
My Spana Suiza.
You got the receipt, keys and so on.
Oh, yeah.
Clarence, can you do me a favour?
I see no compelling reason why I should.
I'm supposed to be having lunch with Harry, but I've been summoned to an important meeting.
Sheppey's fighting force?
I'm not allowed to say.
Sheppey's fighting force.
1 o'clock, Nestor's. But tell her I'll meet her at the English bar at 4 o'clock.
What about my own plans for lunch?
Oh, Clarence, don't be absurd. You never have plans.
True. You're the sort of woman that men confess to.
I considered the priesthood, but I'm not interested in horse racing.
My father was a clergyman.
Really?
A clergyman and a sadist. He believed devoutly in corporal punishment. He deliberately sent me to a school that believed in corporal punishment too, the great public school tradition of brutality. It destroys the human spirit, but then I suppose that's the intention.
Is that why you're a pacifist?
Who told you that?
You're not a member of Commander Sheppey's private army.
I told myself it was pacifism. Really, I just don't like to be with people. Oh, one at a time is sometimes bearable, but more than that,
Guy loves to be with people. He comes to life in a crowd.
There's nothing I can do to help Guy or you or me. Am I good company?
Not very.
Bless you for your beauty and your honesty.
We couldn't walk to the hotel.
I drive better like this.
My friends, I think. Fellow English spies. Dear Gail, how nice to see a human face. I say, you don't think I'm a spy, do you?
Have you seen Guy?
Well, no, I can't say that I have, dear girl. Eager to help.
Would you like a drink?
Thanks, dear boy. I might just struggle through a soupçon of brandy.
Nothing for me.
2 brandies.
Have you seen Guy?
Sorry, dear.
He was supposed to be here half an hour ago.
What price the fate of one individual when nations are toppling by the minute?
They all talk like their newspapers, these chaps.
Best plan, stick to the sporting life.
Has something happened?
Hungary's mobilizing, German troops flooding in, or the lines to Budapest are dead. It'll be our turn next.
Aren't the passes blocked with snow?
Oh, that old story. Snow didn't stop Hannibal, won't stop the Germans.
The Romanians said they would fight.
Have you seen the Romanian army? Bunch of half-starved peasants wouldn't go 3 rounds with a crazy gang.
Is this true about Hungary?
True enough for my paper.
Might as well have another drink. Doubt if we'll get one in Berlin.
Good thinking. Harry, fill ups! Ah!
We're both drinking brandy.
Can't decide what sort of bastard you are.
Nor can anyone else, dear boy.
I'm going to look for Guy. If he comes here, tell him I'm at the university or the Information Bureau. Or in the lake.
The lake's frozen.
I enjoy a challenge.
E doamna Pringle.
Mrs. Pringle? I wonder what she wants.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Harriet.
Good afternoon, doamna Saipu.
Good afternoon.
Please take a seat, Harriet.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again. Glass of sherry.
Yes, please. There's a rumour Germany's invaded Hungary. Do you believe it?
Could be. Doesn't mean they'll come here. Hungary is more important to the Germans than Romania.
Thank you. Everybody thinks the Germans will come.
If Germany can get what she needs from Romania without the trouble of conquering the place, she'll be very happy to do so. And no, Harriet, I'm afraid I haven't seen your husband. He does tend to disappear without trace for hours on end.
I'm afraid he's gone off with Commander Sheppy on one of those insane sabotage expeditions.
Sabotage?
It's all most secret, but I gather it's about blowing up the River Danube. Dynamiting the iron gates, detonators down oil wells.
Yes, I see. I think you'd better leave this one to me, Harriet.
But where is Guy?
That is of no immediate importance. My concern is an important question of principle. He'll turn up. You know he'll turn up. He'll go on turning up the rest of your married life.
Oh, hi, darling.
Where on earth have you been?
What?
Don't you realise the Germans have invaded Hungary? They could well be invading Romania at this very moment.
Have you been talking to Galpin?
Yes, but it could still be true.
I heard the rumours. I rang the British legation. There'd been a breakdown in the line to Budapest. The line has now been restored. No one has invaded Hungary. And no one is going to invade Romania.
You weren't in the English bar at 4 o'clock.
I glanced in and you weren't there. I mean, I can't be precise exactly what time it was. And then I met Dubida and he was going to see a rather interesting French film, so I thought...
Been to the pictures?
Well, you weren't in the English bar.
You were at the pictures.
Well, it was a René Clair film.
Why haven't you been blowing up oil wells?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
I was promised lunch with my husband. Instead of which I had 2 hours of soul-searching with Clarence Lawson. And for the next 2 hours, I played Hunt, the guy, with no success. I was worried, damn you, worried. I thought you might be dead. Instead of which you were at the pictures with Dubida out of all people.
You see, it was stupid to worry.
That's why I'm angry, because I was stupid. Are you reading the whole of Shakespeare?
Rereading.
Why?
I like Shakespeare.
I like
harmless, necessary cat.
Is that Shakespeare?
Merchant of Venice.
Have I not hands, organs, senses, dimensions, passions?
Sorry, darling.
Doesn't matter. Good night, sweet prince.
Thank you. Guy. Hello, Harriet. I've just come from your friend, the mysterious Commander Sheppey.
Well, do I know him?
I informed him that whosoever he may be, he has no jurisdiction over my men. Now, Guy, I can well understand you're wanting to do something more dramatic than lecturing, but the situation does not permit. It just does not permit. You're here to obey orders. My orders.
Professor Inchcape, you must know that the King is about to announce an amnesty for the Iron Guard.
I've heard today's rumors, yes.
In other words, we are on the brink of a fascist takeover in this country. People are in prison without trial or any prospect of trial. Nobody knows what's become of the Drucker family. Sasha Drucker, my own student, has disappeared without trace. And you want me to answer this situation just by giving lectures?
Well, if you want to help, you can do some clerical work at the legation. You can hang up posters at the Information Bureau. You could help Lawson at the Polish Relief Center.
Oh, yes, help him catalogue his balaclavas.
Guy, you are many things to many people, but you are not a warrior. And you're well out of it.
Well, somebody must have told him this Sheppey thing was secret.
A secret that everybody in Bucharest knew about. But I told him. Are we going for lunch now?
No.
Well, where are you going?
That's my business.
Any day, dear Grace. Probably delayed in the post. There's a war on, you know. Pay me my money. Pay me my money. Hello, dear boy.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
I've got a surprise for you.
A nice surprise.
Yes. I'm going to take you away for the weekend.
A holiday?
In the mountains. Better now?
Better, thank you.
And while we're away, Prince Yakimov's going to look after the flat for us. darling. He's ill. He's hungry. He's been turned out of his lodgings.
He's a scrounger and a glutton.
Well, you must help him. Not because he's a good person, because he needs help.
Why can't you find some good people to help?
Well, Yakimov's not bad. I mean, if the world was composed of Yakimovs, there'd be no wars, would there?
We know anything.
Come into the room. Be nice to him.
How kind of beauty to feed her poor only egg.
Isn't it beautiful?
Has some good moments. Has some very good moments.
I'm talking about the mountains.
Oh, the mountains.
You do agree the mountains have some good moments?
Well, I really need my distance glasses, darling.
Can you see me without your distance glasses?
Of course I can, darling.
And what do you see?
I see you. If I look very closely, I can see myself reflected in your eyes.
You can see yourself reflected in anybody's eyes.
That's not the same. You're my wife. I married you. You're part of myself.
And am I part of you?
Naturally. I mean, the exact proportions may vary, but basically you're,
I love you.
I know.
Read your book.
Right.
Troilus and Cressida.
Yes. That's the one.
The one?
I'm going to put it on at the National Theatre.
In Bucharest?
Yeah.
Have you told anyone?
Nope, I've just decided. I think 2 or 3 phone calls should do it.
But Guy, there are 28 speaking parts.
Yes, well, I shall ask some of my students to carry spears.
You need 28 people who can speak English, learn the lines, spare the time for rehearsals, and remain sober.
27.
28.
27. Cressida.
You're quite sure he'll have gone?
Of course, we sent the telegram and I told him quite firmly that the invitation to stay only covered the weekend.
Wake up! We expected you would be gone.
Oh, well, you know, I'm going this very day to go. I wanted to welcome you back, hear all about the trip.
Get out of our bed.
Oh, dear boy, I should... Poor old Yaki's rather a sick man. Perhaps I should take a bath.
It doesn't take me 2 hours to have a bath.
Oh, come on, darling, be charitable.
This is my home. I can't share it with someone I despise.
you seen the cat?
Well, to be truthful, darling, I haven't looked for the cat.
Ah, Despina. Unde e pisica?
Pisica? Oh,
There's no need to do that. Just tell me where the cat is.
a murit, Mrs. Pringley.
Dead?
Dead. Oh, vai de capul meu și de zilele mele.
Well, how did it happen?
I am cleaning room. Cat, go on the balcony. Then to next door balcony. Femeia de serviciu, no like cats. Makes like this. Cuts! Cat falls down. I found it. No pain. Death instant, Mrs. Pringley. I'm so sorry.
Where was Yakimov when this happened?
Ah, that one. He eat and sleep all the time.
You killed my cat.
Hands clean, dearest one. Verdict suicide.
Mrs. Pringley, all the time, he eat and sleep.
Yaki, how would you like to play Pandrus?
Not very good at card games, dear boy.
You killed my cat.
The deepest sympathy, much love, condolences in your sad... Wife seemed a little upset.
You'll only understand English poetry when you understand that English poets, without exception, have always been overprivileged, pampered, myopic, narrow-minded, and for the most part, alcoholic and homosexual. Personally, I'd rather listen to a Liverpool docket any day of the week. But
How do you like to play Thersites?
who else? Thersites?
Well, Shakespeare describes him as a deformed and scurrilous Greek.
All right, if I play him as a snivelling working-class lout.
Exactly what I had in mind, thank you.
So you want me to play Ulysses?
You would be perfect.
You always struck me as a thoroughly decent fellow, Ulysses. Many speeches, but still.
Agamemnon.
Helen of Troy?
Achilles. What sort of chap is he?
A Greek commander.
Officer class?
Absolutely.
Well, the trouble is, Pringle, I'll be over the border into foreign parts any day now.
Yugoslavia.
Not in a position to say.
But what about you?
Him?
Not a chance, old son. Hate and despise William Shakespeare.
Why?
Because the bastard reminds me what I do to the English language. Harry, Phillips.
Ah, do, thou sodden-witted lord. Thou hast no more brain than I have in mine elbow. And Asinico may chew to thee. You, scurvy valiant ass. Thou art here but to thrash Trojans. Thou art bought and sold amongst those of any wit like a barbarian slave. If thou used to beat me, I will begin at thy nails.
You dog.
You, scurvy lord.
You cur.
Yes, and then you hit him. Very good, very good, excellent. Yes, now, darling and Yaki, would you like to dip your toes into Act 1, Scene 2? Very good, excellent.
Couldn't we just read the play through from start to finish? I can't tell what the story's about.
Yes, very good, Bella. It's just, if we can, at this point, begin to feel our way into the characters, I think we can just come back to the story anytime, OK? Thank you. Now, if you'd like to begin, point I mentioned earlier, OK?
The Hector
Whatever you
pass,
want.
is it?
Yes, absolutely.
I thought you were wonderful tonight.
Did you?
Hmm.
Oh.
The way you enthuse everyone. It's really amateur dramatics. But everybody went home feeling it's the most important thing in the whole world.
No, it is, really. We'll start proper rehearsals at the university tomorrow. Darling, would you mind having a go at the costumes?
Costumes? I thought I was playing Cressida.
Well, I think you'd be so much more useful doing costumes. And of course, if you did the costumes, you wouldn't really have time to play Cressida.
Would this by any chance be a most secret message meaning you have someone else in mind to play Cressida?
Well, only if you can manage the costumes.
Who's playing Cressida?
Sophie. Well, I understand she's been very depressed lately, so I thought that if,
Who's bombing who, dear boy?
The Germans are bombing Norway.
Miles away. There's a continent. It's not a brave man. It's a knot. Does a man's heart good?
Why should a man be proud? How doth pride grow? I know not what pride is. Pause. I do hate a proud man as I do hate the engendering of toads.
Everybody in Bucharest is talking in Elizabethan prose or blank verse.
The engendering of toads, what does it mean? Does it mean anything? Does any of it mean anything? The Germans will be here before the first night anyway.
I've never seen Guy so happy.
I'm going to walk out of the show.
Whatever for?
His behaviour. Casting that bitch Sophie in your place.
Isn't one bitch much the same as any other?
No, Harriet. The answer is no.
That's very good, darling. This time go a little further back and try from good uncle, I beseech you, give yourself a run in it. Whenever you're ready.
Good uncle, I beseech you on my knees, I beseech you, what's the matter?
Thou must be gone, witch! Thou must be gone! Thou art
Did you do these?
I drew them, yes. I copied the costumes from books. I've improved them, though. Guy wanted to do it in modern dress.
Helen of Troy? In modern dress?
I will not, uncle.
He's supposed to be the intellectual. Oh, my God.
Ah, the press has arrived.
Yes, and be gone from Troy's please, be.
Oh, you immortal gods, I will not go.
Where?
Thought you hated Shakespeare.
But I like a good story.
Is this a good story?
Europe in flames, German army crashing through Belgium, Holland, Luxembourg, and the English in exile doing Shakespeare. It's great stuff. The only trouble is I can't decide whether it's a defiant gesture in the face of the enemy or a shameful waste of time and money in the midst of a national crisis. What do you think?
I blame capitalist imperialism.
Of course you do. I'm just forgetting. Oh, do I espy the turd Yakimov?
Yeah, and he's going to steal the show.
Well, fella's a natural-born thief.
Upon my wit to defend my wiles, upon my secrecy to defend my honesty, my mask to defend my beauty, and you to defend all these. And at all these wards I lie at 1,000 watches.
Very good, darling. One note only, which is just to enjoy.
You needn't worry. He's only interested in art.
Now, if I can have your attention, please. Hearken unto me. I have now been able to finalise dates. We shall give 2 performances on June the 14th in the National Theatre. Now, the first one will be in the afternoon for students and the evening performance for grown-ups. Now, the proceeds will go to a special fund I've set up with Dubedat for the housing of poor students. Now, that means we have just over 3 weeks, so I shall expect you all to work even harder than hitherto. So stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, and be careful where you stick your spears. Now, any problems, questions, nervous breakdowns? Front page news?
Yep, I got some front-page news. Another strategic withdrawal.
Where now? Holland? Belgium?
The Germans have invaded the English bar of the Athénée Palace.
Who are all these ghastly people?
Businessmen, embassy officials, spies, even journalists got involved. They're drinking song from the student prince into the small hours.
There's a garden at the back of the hotel we could drink in. It's very pretty.
You mean the open air?
Yes, well, just as a temporary measure, you know.
Fresh air brings on my cough.
Come on. Let's go to the garden.
We shall return!
We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender.
Brilliant audience. All our best families are here, and all on the rappers. I just wonder who paid for the seats.
Cue the music. That's lights out.
In Troy, there lies the scene. From isles of Greece, the princes Augulus, their high blood chafed, have to the port of Athens sent their ships, fraught with the ministers and instruments of cruel war. Like or find fault, do as your pleasures are. Now good or bad, 'tis but the chance of war.
Time hath, my lord, a wallet at his back, wherein he puts alms for oblivion, a great-sized monster of ingratitudes. Those scraps are good deeds past, which are devoured as fast as they are made, forgot as soon as done.
The cuckold and the cuckold maker are at it. Now, bull! Now, dog! Lou, Paddy, Lou!
So, Aelian, fall thou next. Come, Troy, sink down. Here lies thy heart, thy sinews, and thy bone. On, Myrmidons, and cry you all amain. Achilles hath the mighty Hector slain. The dragon wing of night o'erspreads the earth, and stickler-like the armies separates. My half-supped sword that frankly would have fed, pleased with this dainty bait, thus goes to bed.
Merrily the humble bee doth sing, till he hath lost his honey and his sting. and being once subdued in armored tale, sweet honey and sweet notes together fail. Good traders in the flesh, set this in your painted cloths. As many as be here of Panda's hall, your eyes half out, weep out at Panda's fall. Or if you cannot weep, yet give some groans, though not for me, yet for your aching bones. Till then, I'll sweat and seek about for eases, and at that time bequeath you my diseases.
Congratulations. It was a tremendous success.
It wasn't bad, was it? When I do another one,
Surely not another.
Well, I thought you enjoyed it.
Wonderful costumes, Harriet.
Thank you. Wonderful Ulysses.
Well, one does one's best.
I thought Dubedat was rather good, considering.
He knows how to exploit his natural unpleasantness. Oh, would you excuse me a moment?
Save me, Harriet.
What should I have to save you?
They're bound to send me back to London soon. Come with me.
I'm with you.
Yes.
I haven't been married a year and already I'm being propositioned.
Your husband is a fool.
I'd rather have a fool who believes in something than a fool who believes in nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? I regret to inform you that Paris has fallen to the Germans. That's all.
Such times we had in Paris.
But are we downhearted?
I think we are a little.
I give you a toast. Victory.
Victory!
Nicole! Hai, vi dico!
You see? Fool.
But they believe him. I believe him.
You believe in victory?
I believe in the possibility of a future. You're like Yakimov. You belong to the past.
All we have is a past. All England has is a past.
Soon England will be invaded.
Nonsense.
And when England is lost and we are left here marooned on the wrong side of Europe, the money running out, who will knit balaclava helmets for us?
Nobody can save you, Clarence.
Wonderful costumes, darling.
Thank you.
I'm going to drink all night.
What'll happen here?
Chaos. The king doesn't trust the people don't trust the government doesn't trust itself. This was such a rich country, ruled by weak and foolish people. They had a great fortune, and they squandered it.
The only great fortune is life. We won't squander it.
Of course, my problem is this. Whenever I see a gun, I reach for my culture.
And it soon ends. We're waltzing in the wonder of why we're here.
Professor Pringle. Sorry?
Sasha Drucker.
Oh my God, what's happened to you? When my father was arrested, they took me for military service. I ran away. I've been hiding here for days. I couldn't believe it when I saw you. You must come home with us.
Are you hungry? It's breakfast time anyway.
We must be careful. We'll be careful. It's all right. Come on.
What is it?
I was a stranger and you took me in. Isn't that the expression you use? Hardly ever. Come on.
Isn't she beautiful? Body by Fernandez. All made of tulip wood. Chassis alone cost 2,500. Sterling, of course.
And no bullet holes.
Did they shoot at you?
State secret, old man.
Could have ruined the bodywork. Deeply grateful, old boy. Anyone fancy a spin?
What was that?
The Iron Guard, our local fascists. I thought they'd been wiped out. They're probably running the country now. Oh. This place used to serve the most beautiful cakes in Bucharest. Life is hideous. You should get Guy to take you into the mountains.
He can't. He's running a summer school.
Where's he finding the students? No, don't tell me. Mostly Jews, I expect, planning their retreat.
Yes.
Be careful, both of you.
Careful.
If the Iron Guard is on the rampage again, there's no knowing what will happen. They're anti-Semitic and anti-British. Beating people up and throwing them out of windows is their idea of a pleasant afternoon's entertainment.
I'll be careful.
Do you think they saw us? Can hardly fail, dear boy.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you.
We shall have to ask you to stay up here for the moment. We've given ourselves a few days' holiday, but, we also have a Prince Yakimov staying with us, and he really mustn't see you. He isn't to be trusted.
Who is to be trusted?
Well, I hope we are.
I'm fine. I have a dog to keep me company. Arka, come.
Auden, of course, reworked this theme of the liberator of his people, and in so doing, he made a very powerful comment on the way in which dictators create quite monstrous moral spoonerisms. I don't know if any of you know his poem Epitaph on a Tyrant, but he ends with a quotation, with an altered quotation from Motley's Dutch Republic. Now, it's a line which could very well apply to those dark forces of destiny which are now in control of the fates of Germany and Italy. It runs thus: "And when he cried, the little children died in the streets." And let me end with a quotation from William Hazlitt, who over 100 years ago had this to say: "The love of liberty is the love of others. The love of power is the love of ourselves." Thank you.
You have a very strange way of teaching the English language. These people know nothing about liberty.
Well, they have to understand, Sophie, language is liberty.
All they know is they need to learn English so they can run away to America. They're all very rude to me.
Oh, don't be silly.
No one is nice to me. The Romanians are rude because I'm half Jewish. The Jews are rude because I'm half Romanian. I'm advanced, so I prefer Englishmen.
Well, we're all citizens of the world, Sophie.
I cannot afford to be a citizen of the world. I cannot afford to be a citizen of Bucharest. Every quarter my allowance goes poof.
Well, we must all learn to live within our means, Sophie.
I work hard for your play. I am the most beautiful Cressida, yes?
Oh, yes, yes.
I lose a kilo from my weight. I'm exhausted. My doctor is most concerned. Would you have me die?
No, Sophie, I wouldn't have you die.
All I need is 50,000 lei, no more.
Well, the thing is, Harriet organises the family finances now, and she's really much better at it than I am, so I can't really...
Harriet? I think I hate Harriet.
Oh, there you are, dear boy. Oh, hello. Met a friend of yours in the English bar. Toby Lush.
Toby Lush?
Toby Lush.
Guy Pringle!
Old friends, dear girl.
How are you keeping? On the run, the same as usual. I was teaching up in Cluj, but the place started filling up with Germans.
He wants a job. Sit and put in a word, dear boy.
Ah.
Guy, do you know what Harriet reminds me of? Those lines of Tennyson. She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies.
Byron.
Byron?
I was thinking the other day, haven't seen a banana for about a year.
And you're wonderful too, Montprance.
I was very fond of bananas.
Oh, I saw an occasional banana in Cluj.
You run away?
Things are getting too hot. The Germans have installed a Gauleiter, a chap called Frederick von Flügel.
Count Freddy von Flügel. He used to be one of my best friends in the old days. Came to all our parties in Paris. Do you know, we could all drive out to Cluj, Freddy. Be sure to give us bleed.
Well, from what Toby says, we all go to Cluj, we shall all end up in prison.
I honestly feel more secure here in Bucharest, providing I can get some work. If I don't work, I don't eat.
That isn't a universal rule.
Well, I'll have a chat with Professor Inchcape. We might be able to manage 20 hours a week.
I taught in Cluj, mod Inglit.
Yes, well, I think we'll probably steer you away from Byron and Tennyson. You're going to clear away, darling?
No, I need some fresh air while the men talk business. And blinis. It's only me.
Good.
Oh, don't. May I look?
If you wish.
It's very good.
I wish it were better. When I was in Bessarabia, I saw some peasant paintings. They were wonderful.
What sort of paintings?
Shop signs. In a little village, with mud huts and a track between them. It was jolly queer. All the people living there were Jews. It was an awful place. But I expect they've been driven out of everywhere else.
Did you have any friends in the army?
Just one. Markovich.
Did he run away with you?
He died.
Will you tell me about it?
We were ordered out of Bessarabia. We were returning on the train, and he went down the corridor, didn't come back. They'd thrown him off the train.
Who?
Some of the soldiers, iron guardists. They said I should be careful, they'd throw me off too.
Why did they do it? Because he was Jewish.
Why did they hate us so?
flags are at half-mast because Bessarabia has been given to the Russians.
Who's given Bessarabia to the Russians?
King Carol and his government.
The Russians say, please may we have Bessarabia, and Romania says, help yourself.
It's a very good thing if you keep out the Germans.
A good thing for Romania.
Without a doubt.
Why are the flags at half-mast?
Because the Romanians don't realize that the Russians are the best guarantee against a Hitler invasion.
Romania will continue to give bits of itself away until it disappears without trace.
What are you British doing? You fight the Germans. You should fight the Russians. Protect Romania against the Bolsheviks and the communists and the Jews.
They lack any sense of their place in history. My information is that the government will set up a diversion. Start the Drucker trial.
Give the people somebody to hate, take their minds off Bessarabia.
And what better than the Jewish banker?
Oh, it's obscene.
God help Sasha and the rest of the family.
I wish I could share Guy's faith in the Russians.
Guy's faith in everybody.
That's the problem. He's an atheist with a religious temperament, so he believes in Russia. A home for little children above the bright blue sky.
He doesn't just talk, he does things. He visited the political prisoners in the Bucharest jail. That's dangerous in a country like this.
I hope he doesn't do it now.
Doesn't tell me. Just don't destroy his integrity.
How could I do that?
You used to live out of a rucksack. You're filling him with middle-class ideas. You make him have a bath every day, get his hair cut. He has possessions.
Not for long. He loses most of them.
He may lose you, too. Not to me. I've made other arrangements.
What are those?
Oh, present from the consulate. Every British subject has to fill one in. It's the usual stuff, you know, date of birth, next of kin, who to inform in case of death.
Just routine.
Yeah.
Are you frightened?
Well, what is there to be frightened of?
Harbouring a deserter.
Well, we couldn't possibly send Sasha away.
I know. I'm not going to.
So, right. Oh, it says religion. I don't have any religion.
Drinking?
I should put rationalist.
That doesn't count.
Well, my father wouldn't let me be baptized.
Put Baptist. Baptists don't get baptized.
I'll put congregationalist.
Whatever for?
Well, I understand that soldiers who are congregationalists used to avoid church parades. That sounds like a nice, awkward sect.
You realise when we die, we'll be in different places.
Well, we're mostly in different places now.
You'll be in limbo.
When we die, we shall both be nowhere. And I shall regret that very much.
I baptize thee, Guy, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
Thank you very much for coming here. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I have to tell you that, due to the worsening political situation, it is our opinion at the legation that the summer school should close down and that all of you should return to England as soon as possible.
May I interject the spot of good news?
By all means.
I've just heard the news that last night the RAF bombed Berlin. Splendid!
I quite agree, splendid, but the previous night the Germans bombed London. We're in the early stages of the war. We're in no position even to think about victory and the harsh facts of these. Here in Bucharest, the Iron Guard is gaining control. There's talk that King Carol might be forced to abdicate, in which case the Iron Guard would take control and invite Hitler to join them.
I saw the same pattern in Cluj.
May I say something? I'm of military age, so is Clarence, so are Dubedat and Lush. Now, our contemporaries are in uniform. I don't think we're in any more danger here than we would be in the Western Desert, and I don't think we're entitled to special privileges. And if, as you say, the forces of darkness are closing in on us, then it is our duty to shine a little light and hope that someone might notice.
But all we can offer are pathetic gestures.
All the people in Bucharest are in much greater danger than we are. We represent all that is left of Western culture and democratic ideals. Now, if that's a pathetic gesture, so be it. I'm prepared to make it.
But what are you really talking about? A handful of Jewish students?
While they remain loyal to us, we must remain loyal to them.
Besides, Professor Lord Pinkrose will be arriving any day now.
Who the hell is Professor Lord Pinkrose?
He's probably the world's leading authority on Bara, and he's coming here to deliver the County Casino lecture.
Oh, this is so bloody British. The Balkans are going up in flames and some old buffer's on his way out here to teach the natives about poetry. Bloody hell.
Nonetheless, it is so.
Yes, well, of course we can't tell you what to do. We can only advise. And I'm here to advise you that we can no longer guarantee your safety.
How did that strike you?
Dull thud.
Wait, here's a couple of beers.
Those two seem to get on depressingly well.
Birds of a dismal feather.
I think Dubedat looks like the grime left by bathwater. And Lush looks like the bathwater.
Sophie says you're hard. She's right.
Sophie?
I told you. I've made other arrangements.
I give you a direct quote from Adolf Hitler. He said, "Don't forget, I'm Romania's father too." Now, when the bastard talks like that, I pack my bags, keep the engine running.
Yes, well, they all talk like that. It's written on the instructions that come with the dictator's set.
These Balkan countries are all alike. Takes a bunch of crooks to run them.
Are those crooks I hear singing?
Iron Guards having a reception upstairs. All busy practicing their German.
So, Burschen, ein bisschen Musik, was? Los damit! Nein? Fangen wir an!
I think we should go.
Yes, I'm feeling a little isolated, I must confess. Don't know the words.
Such a demonstration of national unity and loyalty I have never before heard.
Withdrawal seems to be the order of the day.
I'll stay here, maintain a bridgehead, give covering fire, and intimidate them with my press card.
Ma scusate, Domnu.
Wahrog, ma scusate, Domnu. Hier ist nur eine private Gesellschaft. Eintritt ist nicht gestattet.
Wir wollen einfach hier raus.
Nein, das ist nicht möglich.
What did Horace say, Winnie?
Well, the gist of it is we may leave when they say so and not before.
The Iron Guard is forging an alliance with the master race.
How many are we?
Well, 6, I think.
I know, if we all put our shoulders against this chap, and when I say shove, we all shove.
I know a better way.
Harriet!
Darling, do you think that's wise?
Bingo, you are a credit to the Empire.
Despina queued for 2 hours in the marketplace this morning and got some tangerines. Would you like one?
Thank you.
And the newspaper.
Tangerines first. I'll say the newspaper.
It mentions your father's trial. First page.
They always need an enemy. I would like to go to the trial.
That's impossible. The military police are looking for you.
I could stand across the road from the courthouse. I could watch him leaving the building. I want to look at my father.
It's too dangerous.
You could go.
Me?
You really saw him?
Yes, I really saw him.
And spoke to him? And told him I'm living here?
Yes.
And?
He's looking very well, and he sends his love.
Hungarians march into Cluj on the 5th. I want somebody there to see it. A lot safer than here. Revolution any day, you mark my word. Abdication of the king, Iron Guard take over, streets running with blood. We can see it all, practically written the story. Whereas Cluj, pleasant company, good food, nice people, couple of nights, all expenses paid. Well, I suppose I could visit Freddy. Freddy?
Count Philip von Flügel, old friend.
He's a bloody Gauleiter, Hitler's man. You can't go and see him.
Oh, he keeps a good table. Magnificent cellar.
Well, go and see me if you want to. Just keep me out of it. Give you 5,000 for expenses. On departure. Done?
He might give me blinis.
Done.
Was that shooting?
Very probably, yes.
You're not worried?
Well, I have no power to prevent it, darling.
I think I'll be going away for a couple of days, dear ones.
Going away?
Going to Cluj. Maintain a watching brief.
On what?
fiddle to say till one's maintained the watch, so to speak.
Are you driving?
Well, the old girl's up for sale. No readies to buy petrol. No petrol to be bought. Gave way to the inevitable. You'll find her on the Boulevard Bratianu if you're interested.
I'm sorry. I know how fond of her you were.
Dear girl. Something rather odd happened.
Mm.
Well, according to the salesman, another car for sale. Property of Toby Lush. According to him, Mr. Lush and Mr. Dubedat have gone away, left town. Clean pair of heels. No, it's just an unconfirmed rumour. There is the most interesting.
Guy, is that true? Have Lush and Dubedat run away?
Well, they didn't turn up for classes yesterday.
Guy, have they run away?
Yes, they've gone to Istanbul.
So now you're on your own at the university?
I can manage.
Why is it always you?
You're married to a courageous and dedicated man, dear girl.
Obstinate and foolhardy.
You also?
Damn!
Guy, I think we should leave.
Well, darling, you know we can't.
I know we can't.
Biletele. Mergeți la Cluj?
Yes. Cât mai e?
Încă o oră și mult noroc.
An Englishman going to Cluj on business.
I'm a journalist.
An English journalist going to Cluj. They will shoot you.
Who will?
The Romanian, the Hungarian, the German. They shoot anybody who is not Romanian or Hungarian or German. Poor man.
Freddie!
Is it possible? Yucky, my little...
Bridget's gone under the water since we last met.
I must apologize for these sandwiches, my Lieber, but the cook has gone home.
Oh, no matter, dear boy. Bananas.
So, how do you enjoy my mother's little lounge?
Lounge? You sound like an estate agent from Hounslow. But it does make a change. Been living a bit rough. War, you know. That's why I've taken this job on.
You? A job?
Well, I should call it war correspondent.
A person of consequence.
Oh, yes, dear boy, oodles of consequence.
Might I hazard a guess that you are attached to the British legation in Bucharest?
Not attached exactly. W. Dobson's an old chum.
Do you know Mr. Leverett?
Foxy Leverett, first-class chap. Give your people a spot of bother before this nonsense is over.
Do they really tell you everything?
Just to give you an idea,
Where did you get this?
not at liberty to say. You can't keep it, dear boy. I'm simply showing you between friends.
What is this game, Yaki?
Game?
Do you take me for a simpleton?
No. Well, I'd say we were about level in the simpleton stakes.
You come to me, a Nazi official, and you say to me, I am a secret agent. Here are my sabotage plans. Please hand me over to the Gestapo.
Gestapo? Don't be absurd, dear boy.
You confess you are a British agent. What else can I do but hand you over to the Gestapo?
Ask you, do I look like a secret agent?
If you are not the secret agent, who is?
These days, practically everybody.
Where did you get the plans?
Guy Pringle, the chap I'm staying with.
Good. Tell me about your friend, Guy Pringle. Tell me about his friends. And if you're a very good boy, I will permit you to leave on the morning train.
Where do you travel?
Bucharest.
I go to Istanbul. In Bucharest, they will shoot you.
It was pretty quiet when I left. Smooth as a mill pond.
Now the king abdicates and there is a shooting.
Who's shooting who?
Everybody is shooting everybody.
Switch that damned light out!
Pleasure, dear boy. I say, dear girl, do tell what's going on.
The army's been called out. They're expecting an attack on the palace.
Keep your voices down, for God's sake.
Who's going to attack the palace?
The Iron Guard.
Oh, no. Chaps who march about in a peculiar fashion. Guy, all right?
Of course, it's my shouldn't it be?
Natural concern for people I love.
they call revolution?
Something of the sort.
I'll just get in the room. Maybe sometime.
Guy, come and look.
Yes, I see what you mean, darling. We really must do something about getting Sasha a passport.
Do you ever listen to the German broadcasts?
Of course not.
Nor do I. And I don't want to worry you. But...
Hello, what is it?
A friend of mine telephoned me, Donna Pavlovich. She listens. Last night, they read a list of names. They said these men will be answerable to the Gestapo.
Who were they?
Foxy Leverett and David Boyd.
They have diplomatic protection.
And Professor Inchcape and Clarence Lawson.
And Guy.
Yes. Guy Pringle was on the list. They called it a death list.
She called it a death list.
They do it all the time. I've heard of names on the German death list of chaps already dead. Now, Harriet, I really do have rather more pressing matters on my mind at the moment.
Forgive me, Professor Inchcape, but what can be more pressing than your own impending assassination?
Professor Lord Pinkrose is arriving to deliver the Canticasino lecture.
Look, it's all part of their propaganda method. They don't really intend to kill me. I mean, what possible point would there be in that? I'm of no military importance.
You're the same as Inchcape. Stiff upper lip. Whistle and smile under all difficulties.
It works.
Pasagerii sunt rugați să se prezinte fără întârziere la controlul pașapoartelor și la serviciul vamal.
Professor Pinkrose.
Professor Lord Pinkrose.
Guy Pringle. This is my wife, Harriet Pringle.
What in heaven's name is going on? I thought this was supposed to be a neutral country.
Well, they're celebrating a 10-year pact between Germany and Romania.
Really? What are we doing about it?
Well, I think we're hoping your lecture will boost morale.
Of course.
Cât mai repede, să nu vă vadă nimeni. Poftiți repede.
Professor Inchcape said he'd be here.
Oh, yes, yes.
And where is he?
Well, something must have happened.
Guy! Guy!
How about Foxy Livers?
Secret agent with the moustache.
Found dead this morning, 100 yards from the legation. Beaten up, shot, thrown from a passing car in that order.
Well, that's very precise. Did you see it?
That's what it'll say in my paper. Fella's handed him his hat anyway. Died a hero's death in the service of his country. Fact that he was pissed as a newt shouting the odds about Hitler in some bar or other is none of my business. Editorial discretion.
Ah, Professor Lord Pinkrose, welcome to Bucharest.
How did this comedian get here?
Lord Pinkrose has come to deliver the Cantacuzino lecture.
The what? It's given every other year in English as part of our cultural programme. Lord Pinkrose will be lecturing on the poetry of Byron.
You couldn't raise an audience for a lecture on Byron if Lord George bloody Byron was giving it in person with complimentary sonnets. I'm in the bar.
The Balkans may seem a trifle unhinged superficially, but scratch more deeply and you may find...
Lunatic asylum?
Well, my lord, all these things are relative.
Leverett was on the list.
What list?
The same list your name was on. We had a letter from Turkey this morning. Yaki says he's way down with loneliness and kebabs. You were looking for a photograph.
Yes.
Sasha Drucker's with you?
Yes.
We need one of your Polish friends to make a forged passport.
My Polish friends are all gone.
There must be one Polish friend.
Well, has anyone sent for a doctor?
I don't need a doctor.
Well, I'm going to ring for a doctor.
Harriet, will you please tell your husband that I do not trust Romanians with my blood?
Guy.
Mr. Inchcape.
Professor Inchcape.
If an elderly professor is brutally attacked by fascist thugs, my readers want to know what sort of weapon was used and how many times they hit him with it.
Must you?
I was struck 2 glancing blows with a framed photograph of our respected Prime Minister.
Repeated blows to the skull with an oak-framed portrait of Winston Churchill. Oak. Everybody's heard of Oak. On a main street, in a neutral European capital city, and not a soul lifted a finger to help. Because they were all piss-scared!
So am I.
All Sasha ever does is play the mouth organ.
We're lucky. When he was at home, he had a saxophone.
I think you should take him out of the country with you and you go. He'll be safer with you.
When I go?
Yes.
What don't you mean when we go?
Well, I have to run the department. Inchcape's out of commission now.
There is no department. Everything's locked, barred and bolted. You said so yourself.
Well, I'm working on the assumption that everything will be back to normal for the autumn term. I have to prepare timetables.
Nothing will ever be back to normal.
Well, I have to believe in normality, darling. I can't believe in that. Life's hardly worth living, is it?
Don't I make your life worth living?
Well, yes, you... Well, of course you do, but you know what I mean.
Germany seems to have captured Yaki's car.
Dobson says I should take myself off to Turkey with people from the legation.
Good idea.
But we can't run away. I'm not going to run away from a lot of hooligans with pickaxe handles.
I thought you were struck with a portrait of the Prime Minister. And you wouldn't be running away. You'd be taking the leave that's due to you. I'm here to represent you until you return.
Not that there's very much to represent. A vandalized information bureau and a chained and padlocked English department.
And Lord Pinkrose.
Perfectly decent chap, you know, Pinkrose. He just can't forgive the world outside of Cambridge for not being Cambridge. Guy, I'm not really running away, am I?
No. You're not running away.
Running away?
You bet. Every stout-hearted Englishman with a grain of common sense is getting the hell out.
What's the news?
Making block bookings on the Orient Express.
Treated outrageously.
Let me show you something, Pinky. See those chaps?
Without my distance spectacles, all I see is just a blur.
Well, those blurs are Wehrmacht Feldpolizei. This hotel is swarming with blurs just like them. Given the chance, those blurs will deprive you of your most precious possessions, like blood and breath. Those blurs beat the living daylights out of Professor Inchcape.
Inchcape? What happened to Inchcape?
You mean the bastards didn't tell you? My word, you've been treated outrageously.
Are you running away?
More or less. I'm going to Ankara with Sophie.
With Sophie? What? Well, this is splendid. Well, I shall drink to that. Are you going to marry her, of course?
I suppose so.
What about Brenda?
Brenda?
Clarence has this fiancée in England called Brenda. Haven't you?
I'll send her a postcard. Let her know what's happened.
Wish you were here.
That's why I called, to say goodbye and to collect the shirts.
Shirts? Why are you collecting shirts?
You borrowed some clothes from the Polish relief. 2 shirts, 2 vests, 2 pairs of underpants, and a balaclava helmet.
Oh, but the Polish relief's closed. All the Poles have gone.
We're selling the stuff to the Romanian army. Everything has to be accounted for.
You really want them back?
Of course he does.
They weren't mine to give. I lent them, you signed for them.
Well, good luck, that's what I say, Clarence. And may Sophie make you a splendid wife.
Right. 2 shirts. The vest is at the laundry, the underpants disintegrated, and Guy lost the balaclava.
Oh, sorry.
2 shirts?
2 shirts.
I think you've been most irresponsible.
Oh, for heaven's sake! If you want them, then go down and get them.
I'm shocked, Harriet.
Why should you be? You always said I was a bitch.
I thought giving back the shirts was the least you could do. In return for what I brought you.
What have you brought me?
A passport for your young friend, Drucker. It's Hungarian, in the name of Gabor. We put in visas for Turkey, Bulgaria, and Greece.
Oh, Clarence.
You won't forget me.
Of course I won't forget you.
Trenul de la peronul 2 este trenul Simplon Orient Expressul cu destinația Istanbul. Până la Sofia, trenul va funcționa ca tren accelerat cu oprire la Giurgiu.
Give my regards to Dobson. Where's Harriet?
Thank you.
Wrong glasses. What are we going to see?
What are we going to see, darling? I think the poster said Rigoletto.
Not Rigoletto.
Ah, not Rigoletto.
Tannhäuser.
Oh.
Not Rigoletto. This is typical of the way I've been treated.
I can assure you, Lord Pinkrose, the poster said Rigoletto.
The moment I arrived, I've been kept in total ignorance of what is going on. I find myself in a hostile town, masquerading as the capital city. Ruffians roaming the streets, the Gestapo in every nook and cranny.
I cannot accept responsibility for history.
Nobody told me anything. No. I had to rely for my information on some rapscallion from a popular newspaper.
Galpin?
I don't know the man's name.
Very good.
Questions will be asked, Pringle. Questions will be asked. Which way's my hotel?
Mrs. Bingley, love.
Sasha.
Well, they'll kill him, of course.
Of course.
Off you go. I'll see you in Athens.
Avionul va lua benzina și va decola imediat pentru București, București, Sofia, Atena. Pasagerii sunt rugați să se prezinte fără întârziere.
Καλημέρα, κορίτσι μου.
Τσάι σου, κυρία μου. Γεια σου. Ευχαριστώ. Γεια σου, Θανάση μου. Dear girl. What are you doing here?
What are you doing on a bicycle?
Oh, well, I'm working, dear girl. Doing a bit. Well, may I?
Yes, please do. It's a bit cold.
What news from Bucharest?
The Germans have taken over, and Guy's still there.
Now, you mustn't fret, dear girl. Your own yak will find out what's what. Yes, well, I'm working for the British Information Bureau. Every day they put out these news sheets positively bulging with truth.
Is there anything about Bucharest?
No, I never read the stuff. I just deliver them. Don't worry, dear girl. Old Yak will find out what he can.
Yaki, I never thought...
Oh, I know. You never thought you'd be pleased to see me.
Yaki, it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Any news of Sasha?
No. Right.
Where are you going?
Report to the organisation. Let them know I'm here. Find myself a job.
I was hoping we could go to the Parthenon.
Look, the Parthenon's been there for 2,000 years. It can wait until tomorrow or the day after.
So could your job.
Now, the director is a chap called Gracie.
You might find him behind the door marked director.
Ah, splendid.
What are you doing here? You wonderful people.
An orderly retreat in face of the advancing Hun.
Well, come in. Come in.
In there?
Certainly. Why not? Look who's here.
When can I see Mr. Gracie?
He's off sick. Done something to his back.
So who's in control of the organisation?
I suppose we are.
And how long have you been here?
More or less since we came from Bucharest. Mr. Gracie's 2 assistants let him down. Left him in the lurch. Leaving us...
A couple of useful vacancies.
He was delighted to have us.
He engaged the 2 of you and then needed something for his back.
Well, regardless of the state of Mr. Gracie's back, is there work for me here?
And did you have a look at Dubedat's mouth?
Certainly not. He isn't a horse.
He's had his teeth seen. And he's wearing a suit and a shirt and a tie.
Well, I thought you'd approve of that. Good, solid middle-class values like shirts and ties.
That man has stolen your job.
Yes, well, that proves he's become middle-class, doesn't it?
What are we doing here?
We're looking for Yakimov. He works here.
Α, είσαστε φίλοι του κυρίου Γιάκιμοφ.
Yes.
Από εδώ πήγαινε.
Ευχαριστώ.
Yakimov?
Yes, darling.
Ah, thank you.
Oh, dear Pringles. The mighty propaganda machine of the British government at work.
And what's the news?
Well, the Italians are threatening to declare war on Greece.
That true?
Afraid so. Pity. Like the Italians. Like the Greeks.
Well, if the Italians do invade, how long can the Greeks last?
Well, in there, they say about 10 days.
10 days?
Apparently, the Greek army is equipped with German and Italian rifles. So, once the bullets are all used up, there's a feeling the Germans and the Italians won't want to sell them anymore. Bit tricky for the army.
Now, Yaki, you told me your boss knows everybody in Athens, yes?
Oh, yes, my director. Fountainhead of wisdom and knowledge in there. Come on. Oh, Diocletian. Alan, this is Guy Pringle and Harriet Pringle, my beloved friends and Samaritans from Bucharest. Alan Fruin, my honoured and respected employer.
Prince Yakimov's told me a great deal about you.
Must return to my machine.
Please sit down. Well, as best you can.
Thank you.
Now, how can I help you?
I need to speak to a man called Gracie.
Oh, the head of the English school.
Oh, you know him?
And he's a near neighbour of mine.
How's his back?
Oh, I see. This time it's his back.
This is beautiful.
Yes. I couldn't leave.
What if the Italians march in?
Well, I'll do the same as the Greek army. I'll take to the hills. Mr. Gracie's palace.
Thank you, Orestes. Would you ask cook to delay luncheon for 20 minutes?
Yes, sir. Signon Parakalo.
Oh, it's so nice to meet you, young people. You must tell me all about your escape from Bucharest.
I flew out in an aeroplane, and a few days later, Guy flew out in an aeroplane.
Intrepid. And you worked with Inchcape?
Yes, when the war started, he ran the Information Bureau and I took over the English department.
Ah. What precise part did Mr. Dubedat and Mr. Lush play in all this?
Dubedat was one of my assistants and Lush did a little part-time teaching.
Why did you let them go?
They let themselves go.
Pringle, there's no hint of criticism in what I'm going to say, but it was reported to me that there was a lack of seriousness in your approach to your work in Bucharest.
That's nonsense.
Wasn't it a very tiny bit frivolous to mount a production of Troilus and Cressida when the Germans were marching on Paris?
I think the Germans would have continued to march on Paris whatever I did.
Well, at any rate, if you want work here, I, as you can see, am totally incapacitated. Be nice to Dubedat, that's your best plan.
Mr. Gracie, there is no hint of criticism in what I'm about to say, but I do think you have a slightly distorted view of what happened in Bucharest, and I wonder, with respect, who reported to you about this? Was it Dubedat?
Of course not.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you had company. Oh, Pringle. Mrs. Pringle.
You know Professor Pinkrose? He's staying with me.
Lash invites us to lunch at Zonar's, prompted us as a good policy. It might never happen again.
So you can do it when you try.
You went to see Mr. Gracie?
Yes.
What did you tell him about us?
About you and Dubedat? Simply that you both worked for me in Bucharest.
You didn't go into any sort of detail about, say, qualifications and so on?
No.
Perhaps you could explain what's worrying you in case we see Mr. Gracie again. We need to know what kind of detail we mustn't go into.
Well, when we arrived here, we needed work.
We know the feeling.
We went to Gracie, told him what we'd done in Bucharest, and we probably laid it on a bit thick.
In what way?
For example, we didn't actually say we'd been to Cambridge, but we didn't actually deny it.
Where did you go, Mr. Lash?
Dubedat went to Reading, I think. I didn't really go anywhere. But suppose Mr. Gracie asks you directly.
Well, I shall simply tell him that I do not discuss my friend's affairs.
You're a gentleman, sir. And you didn't tell him we'd done a bolt from Bucharest?
No, certainly not. So let's just drink up and forget all this nonsense.
Judas trees. You must see them in the spring.
Is that when they flower?
They flower for Easter.
Where will we all be by next Easter?
Well, I'll be here.
I saw the troops in the street. They look like young gods.
Ah, yes. They are daring beyond their power. They risk beyond reason, and they never lose hope in suffering.
One of your translations?
Thucydides. He wrote that 2,400 years ago.
Yaki told me your office was short-staffed.
Well, that's because he hates working with duplicator. He gets ink on his fingers.
I don't mind ink on my fingers.
Wonderful to have you aboard the ship, dear girl. Lightens my darkness.
Well, there's no shortage of darkness. Greek army's almost used up all its bullets.
Oh, dear me.
I want you to be independent. What I didn't like was that you went behind my back to do it. You didn't even tell me of your intention.
I tried. You were in Holy Communion with Coleridge at the time. I had to do something. We were running up an enormous bill at...
And I am unable to maintain my wife in the middle-class manner to which she's accustomed, yes.
Anyway, you'll be all right soon and you've got shows to organise. A few hundred people around you. Your own empire.
Yes, that's true enough. And then the money will be regular again and you'll be able to give up your job.
Keep it up. Whatever for?
Well, I shall be working 24 hours a day. I shall need you to look after me.
You don't need a wife. You need a nanny.
There you go, miss.
Thank you.
So, morning, Pratchett. This way. Harriet Yakimov, I'd like you to meet Professor Pinkrose. He's starting work here as Director of Propaganda with the British government.
We both know Professor Pinkrose.
Good to know you're doing your bit.
Do you mean to say that this is the information office?
Yes.
It's a billiard room.
Jolly good table, that one, too.
We're not here to play billiards, we're here to wage war.
And this is Charles Warden from Army HQ.
Liaison officer.
Prince Yakimov, Harriet Pringle.
How do you do?
Delighted to meet you both.
Is there a telephone? I need to complain.
Yes, this way. If you'll excuse us. Oh, my God, are we going to have to work with that silly old tit?
Have you been to Athens before?
In peacetime, yes. I hope to find time to pay my respects to the Parthenon.
Why is it so cheap?
It belongs to some friends of Alan Fruin's. They're going back to England. Running away.
Yeah. Everybody seems to think Athens will be in enemy hands by Easter.
We'd have a home of our own for 3 months anyway.
Yeah. Dobson told me a rather amusing thing about our flat in Bucharest. Apparently soon after I left, it was destroyed by an earthquake.
It's our first home.
Yes, and we were happy there. Now it's a heap of dust. Poet could work wonders with that. I think this is absolutely splendid, darling. I should check with the estate agent about the incidence of earth tremors and then sign the lease.
Don't you want to sign the lease?
Oh, you're so much better at that sort of thing.
I have a job, you know.
You have a job, I have work.
What's happened?
Oh, we've been reorganised by Professor Pinkrose.
Who are they?
Hmm? Oh, they're both called Miss Two-Curry. One's Gladys and the other one's Mabel. No one's quite sure which is which. Friends of Pinkrose.
Been thrown out of your office?
Pinkrose insisted he needed a room of his own.
Is he in there now?
He's preparing a lecture on Byron.
You were supposed to give that lecture in Bucharest and everybody forgot about it.
My personal view that the Pinkrose lecture will never be given by popular demand. Self-centred, pompous old tit.
Professor Pinkrose is a gentleman and a scholar.
It'd still be a pompous old tit. It's practically a qualification, dear girl.
Mrs. Pringle, will you have lunch with me?
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
I was hoping we might plan a visit to the Parthenon.
Still, please, still.
These are Judas trees. They flower in time for Easter.
You're well informed.
Alan Fruin told me. Everywhere I go, I rely on the locals to tell me where I am.
You married a stranger, and ever since you've lived among strangers.
Well, you're living among strangers.
I know Athens very well. I was reading classics when the war started.
I've never studied anything, but I can quote Thucydides. They are daring beyond their power, and they risk beyond reason, and they never lose hope in suffering.
It's a point of view.
Not yours.
A point of view is a luxury. I simply do as I'm told. Like everybody else.
Do you think it's safe?
It's been here 2,500 years, and I'm banking on it lasting a few more.
Are those bombs?
Anti-aircraft guns. What's the matter?
How are rehearsals?
Yakimov is brilliant.
Any chance we could invite some people over for lunch one Sunday? Show off our new home before it's bombed?
Yes. You invite anyone you like, darling.
I need to know your movements.
Oh, I see. What, you'd like me to be here?
This is our home. We're a married couple. It's an ancient tradition.
Yes. Thing is, darling, I mean, the show is in incredible demand. I mean, everyone's demanding an encore before we've even begun. The RAF, the Navy, the Australians. Alan Trone's helping me with a Greek version.
Aren't you frightened of dying?
I'd be very angry if I died. I've got all these shows to put on. So I didn't really think about it.
Βοήθεια εδώ. Πρέπει να τους πάρουμε όλους μέσα.
Γρήγορα εσύ μέσα. Σιγά. Χαμηλό με προσοχία.
I saw them when they first left. They looked like young Greek gods.
We all look like gods when we march into battle. And we all look like that when we return.
Χαμηλό με προσοχία.
I suppose the ones that return are the lucky ones. We don't have much time, Harriet.
Thank you. Do you think I could persuade Professor Pinkrose to recite Sam, Sam, pick up the musket?
No.
No, neither do I. I suppose you want to have an affair with Charles Warden.
Don't be absurd.
might be the best thing to do.
It isn't about that.
What is it about?
It's about being lonely.
But you know lots of people.
I want to know you. Leave us alone. Everybody tells me what a wonderful person Guy is.
Is he?
I've never been able to find out. He spends his life rehearsing.
So I'm really quite convenient.
No.
Inconvenient?
Sometimes you're highly inconvenient.
But still, someone to keep you amused while Guy's busy.
More than that. A friend.
A friend.
A particular friend. A companion. You know how it is. I have to think of Guy.
To hell with Guy.
You remind me of Sasha,
Who's Sasha?
a Jewish refugee we looked after in Bucharest.
Another companion? A particular friend?
He used to play the mouth organ from dawn until dusk and draw pictures on the parapet wall.
Doesn't sound at all like me.
I talked to him. Talked to you. I never talked to Guy.
What happened to him?
Sasha disappeared.
I suppose he would, being Jewish. I shall disappear too. Takamena, Taniata, Tigrigura Pupanun.
What's that?
It's a song. Poor youth, how quickly it passes. Like a love song, like a shooting star. And when it's gone, it never comes again.
Poor youth.
I've had my orders.
Are you going to disappear?
Yes?
Are you allowed to tell me when?
No, but tomorrow's our last day.
I see.
Come and have lunch at my hotel.
Is there food at your hotel?
No, but my room's at the hotel.
What the devil are you doing with those swastikas?
Well, I'm mounting them on the map to illustrate the political situation. For the benefit of our readers.
Where does the Union Jack go?
Well, here. In Athens.
Don't draw any conclusions from what you see.
I'd say we're in a bit of a pickle.
Should we be telling our readers this?
Well, that depends on how you feel about telling the truth.
We believe in it, don't we?
Yeah, I'm hanging onto the old bicycle. Pedal all the way to Cairo when the balloon goes up.
I will not have defeatist talk in this office. I trust arrangements are going ahead for my Byron lecture.
Well, slowly, but steadily.
Oh, have you done anything about his Byron lecture?
I'm booking the Olympic Stadium.
It's none of my business, but you should treat Lord Pinkrose with more respect.
He's scared out of his wits.
Chap's a quivering coward. Spot him a mile off.
You two should be ashamed of yourselves.
Should we?
A drunkard and an adulteress.
Yes, well, I plead guilty, dear lady. But there are extenuating circumstances. Overprivileged childhood. Can't speak for Harriet.
Not guilty. Probably insane. Which reminds me. Sasha.
What?
It's Harriet.
Oh, no.
Charles, this is Sasha. Sasha Drucker, I told you about him. Charles Warden. Let's all go and have tea, then we can catch up with our lives.
The two of you must have a lot to talk about. And I must get on with my packing. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Drucker.
Were you ill treated?
No. They made me sign a paper for the Swiss bank. They said if I signed it, they'd let me go.
You signed your money away. And they let you go?
Not immediately. One day they came and let me out and took me over the border in a car. My uncle was waiting. He'd paid a lot of money for my release.
Did you learn anything about your father?
They said he was dead.
I'm afraid that could be true.
I hope it's true.
When they questioned you, did they say anything about me and Guy?
They said, look what your English friends have done to you.
You don't think we betrayed you?
I no longer know what to think about anybody.
Thank
you, sir.
German troops advancing into Salonika.
Charles,
Thank you, Sergeant.
you're going.
Obviously.
I may not see you again.
It's too late.
Charles is gone.
I'm sorry.
Why should you be sorry?
Because it makes you unhappy.
I didn't mean to desert you. You see, Charles loved me.
I love you.
You love everyone.
That doesn't mean I love you less.
I think it does.
I hate the war.
Report on Guy Pringle.
What's that?
In our opinion.
Suited for organisation work because he has dangerous left-wing tendencies.
How dare you touch that? That's a confidential report.
It's a pack of lies. Did Pinkrose give you this?
Good morning, everybody.
I've arranged a date for your lecture on Byron.
What lecture on Byron?
Yours.
Can't possibly give a lecture on Byron when the Germans are likely to march into the city in a minute.
Could be a formidable last line of defence.
I want to know what plans you've made for my evacuation.
Well, the truth is none at all. I haven't been asked.
And I would like to know what right you have to tell lies about my husband.
Those confidential notes.
The organisation does not permit confidential reports. If you write a report on Guy's work, you're required to show it to him. He's supposed to sign it.
Required? Required? I am the director. I'm not required to do anything.
I'm taking these for Guy to read.
I insist you return those notes to me.
No.
You defy me.
Yes.
Sauce! Well played, dear girl.
Consider yourself dismissed, Mrs. Pringle.
So, do I take it, Professor Pinkrose, that you don't intend to give a lecture on Byron?
No one has a greater love and admiration for the works of Lord Byron than I. But
if you love him so much, why don't you get a missalongi and die?
Well, it seems I have to consider myself dismissed as well, dear girl.
I think it's a technicality. I get the feeling we're all about to run away.
I get the feeling we need a drink.
Telephone's ringing, sir.
Right, I'll take it. Hello. Guy, you got my message, yes. It's Corinthian Hotel, 1 suitcases. What? I've no idea what happens next. Bye. Have you seen Mr. and Mrs. Pringle?
Over there. Prince Yakimov found the bar.
Thank you. Dobson's the legation.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what news from the battlefield, dear boy?
We've been ordered to leave within 24 hours.
So where do we go and how?
We're trying to find the ship that hasn't been destroyed.
I might get a lift to India. A very dear friend of mine, India, Maharaja, as a matter of fact. He once suggested I should go out there and look after his elephants. Well, it might be a career. Interesting animals, I'm told. Large. Lots of work. Tidying up after.
I hate the blackout.
Alone in the darkness with the sounds of battle. I once camped overnight on the battlefield at Marathon, and I was woken up by the sounds of battle. Swords striking against shields.
Terror and anguish impressing themselves on the land so that they echo down the ages.
Yes, his old coat could tell a few stories, too. Tsar gave it quite a bit of wear before he passed it on to my dear old dad. 3 generations.
Where's your suitcase?
I told you. I shall take to the hills.
More to the point, where are Pinkrows, Lush, and Dubedat?
Probably been wafted to Cairo on a current of their own hot air.
I think I'll take a turn on the terrace.
There's an air raid on.
Oh, dear boy, do I look like a military objective? Do you hear it? Sound of swords against shields.
I hear it all the time.
What's troubling the poor fellow?
Put the light out.
What?
Put it out or he'll fire.
That chap's entitled to a smoke. Dear boy. Good work.
I think he's dead. Is he wearing his coat?
Yes, he's wearing his coat.
Thank you.
Με τα πνευμάτων δικαίων τα τελειωμένων και την ψυχήν του δούλου σου σώτερ ανάπαυσον. Φυλάτων αυτήν εις τη μακαρίαν ζωή την παρασύ φιλάνθρωπε. Εις την κατάπαυση σου Κύριε, όπου πάντες οι Αγίοι σου αναπαύονται, ανάπαυσον Κύριε.
That's it. Shall we go?
What is this?
It's a fish lorry.
Another of your friends?
Yes.
Can we order fish?
Is this sufficiently luxurious for you?
Perfect.
We were keeping this compartment to ourselves.
You were keeping the entire ship for yourselves.
And now it's officially requisitioned.
It had nothing to do with ours.
Pink Rose and Gracie made all the arrangements. They chartered the ship. We were just making up the numbers.
In that case, you won't object to giving up your cabin to a lady.
Μόλα τους κάβους! Γρήγορα!
Σβήρα το κάμο!
Why is everyone so quiet?
Submarine.
What are you reading?
John Donne.
You're wonderful.
Everybody's wonderful. Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. For those whom thou think'st thou dost overthrow, die not, poor death, nor yet canst thou kill me. From rest and sleep, which but thy pictures be, much pleasure, then from thee much more must flow. And soonest our best men with thee do go, rest of their bones and soul's delivery. Art slave to fate, chance, kings, and desperate men, and dost with poison, war, and sickness dwell, and poppy or charms can make us sleep as well and better than thy stroke. Why swellest thou then? One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله
Welcome in Egypt,
All right.
sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome.
Let's be having you.
Welcome
Straight along here.
Give me your bag.
Thank you very much. Come on,
Welcome in
sir.
Egypt. Sir, give me your bag. Welcome in Egypt. Ah,
Okay.
welcome in Egypt.
That's right. Straight along there on your left, sir.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Gentlemen, to your right. Ladies, to your left. There you go, sir.
This way here, please.
There you go.
Straight up
To
the
your
stairs.
right. Thank you very much. Madam, over there. Thank you very much. Ladies and children, over there. Thank you very much indeed. There you are, sir. Hope you'll be nice and comfortable.
Okay, madam. Along here, please. This way, please. Straight up the stairs.
Now, where have you brought me?
Apparently this place was once a brothel.
I've never been in one, have you?
Yeah, not really. This was closed down by the authorities and then requisitioned by the military for use by refugees.
Are we still refugees?
Yes, we are, darling.
How do we stop being refugees?
Well, I must find us a job and you must find us somewhere to live.
So that's how it's done.
Hope you enjoyed the stay, sir and madam.
Goodbye, English. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Goodbye, English.
Shut up.
Goodbye, English. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
British Council officers. Jaldi.
Where are they going in such a hurry?
Well, for a decent drink, I imagine, and so are we. Come on. The Anglo-Egyptian Union. This is the hub of the universe, in Cairo, anyway. Ah, the Stopson!
So it must be the hub of the universe.
Harriet. Guy.
Oh, hello.
This is Bill Castlebar. He teaches at Cairo University.
How do you do?
Guy Pringle, Harriet.
How do you do?
Very nice to meet you.
Castlebar the poet?
That's right.
Well, I've read your work.
The dirty bits.
All of it.
I like your husband.
So do I most of the time.
Farouk! Beer for everybody.
Have you been in touch with the organisation?
Sorry? Which organisation?
Yours, the council, about work.
Well, I thought we'd settle in for a few days, try to find an escape route from our brothel.
Brothel?
You're staying in a brothel.
Really?
Well, you'd be well advised to find work first and escape from your brothel later. Cairo is awash with English teachers.
Yes, I'm told that Gracie runs the organisation here. Is that true?
Alas and alack.
He hates Guy.
I thought he was a semi-invalid. That's what he told us.
Well, the advance of the German army worked wonders for his health. At any rate, like it or not, Grace is the man you've got to be nice to.
You might be too late. That's where they were going in that taxi.
Well, I'll have a word with him now.
Excuse us.
Sure. First human being ever to admit to reading my poetry.
Everybody likes Guy Pringle.
He reads everybody's poetry.
Yes, I think he probably does.
The fact is, Pringle, we're already overstaffed. Men have been turning up from all over Europe.
What about Mr. Lush and Mr. Dubedat?
They are working for me, yes.
Since when? About an hour ago?
We went to head office. It's the proper thing to do.
We could have gone straight to the nearest bar, but we didn't.
And you must bear in mind the sterling service that Mr. Lush and Mr. Dubedat performed for me in Athens, whence all but they had fled.
Only because they were the first to run away from Bucharest.
I don't think your attitude is going to help, Mrs. Pringle.
Have you been given a job too?
I'm taking a short holiday while preparing my lecture on Byron.
But no doubt you advised Mr. Gracie on his appointments.
If you can keep your wife quiet for a minute.
Do you
There's
mind?
a business college in Alexandria. They might want somebody.
Alexandria.
Is Guy enjoying Alexandria?
No, he hates it. He says it's like Birmingham.
Has he ever been to Birmingham?
No,
How are your homely Egyptian digs?
like Birmingham.
There is a vacant room in the Garden City.
Oh, good.
Of course, you might find the inhabitants rather eccentric.
Good.
Looking for someone?
Miss Edwina Little.
Friend of yours?
Well, a friend of my brother's.
Edwina! Come on, everyone.
Do tell me who you are.
Me?
Tell me who you are so I can say hello.
My name's Simon Boulderstone. Hugo's brother.
Hugo?
Hugo Boulderstone, presumably.
Hello, Simon.
Look, are we going or are we not going?
Yes, you are going. And you must take Simon with you. Do come back later, Simon, when my headache's better. Promise me you'll come back later.
I promise.
Good, that's settled. Now, come on, everybody. Give me that ruddy animal. Now then, right leg. Up, there we are. Come on, come on.
Where are we going?
To see the sights. You've never seen a pyramid?
Welcome to Cairo.
Bloody show off! We've been out here several months. Seems like forever.
We?
My husband's got a job in Alexandria.
Well, can you join him?
I've got a job here, sticking pins in maps at the American Embassy.
Careless talk, Mrs. Pringle.
Do forgive me, Mr. Clifford.
So what's happening at the front, young man?
Well, I only arrived today and I'm on a 48. I know nothing.
Thought you looked a young un. They say the Orcs made plans for the evacuation of Cairo. Well, I don't believe it. It'll be blue murder. You can hear the Jippos and the Wogs laughing about it.
Very fellow, you Wog. Can't help liking him.
Right. Everybody game for a few tombs?
Is this the one with the bats?
I don't like the look of it.
Afraid to come with us, young lady?
Yes,
Good God.
I'm claustrophobic. I don't like bats. Don't like tombs.
Doesn't leave much room for enjoyment.
I'll keep Mrs. Pringle company whilst you go and enjoy your tombs.
Young people.
Would you like us to look after your dog?
Hmm? Oh, no. Try this indoors, Tombs.
Oh, for God's sake.
Who are they and what do they do?
Mr. Liversedge is retired. He spends his time collecting money for charity and his dog.
How do you collect money in a dog?
It has a slot in its back.
Don't talk balderdash, man. I've been round these bloody tombs before.
And, Mr. Clifford?
He's an agent for an oil company. He's showing off because you're a fighting man and he isn't, and he ought to be.
If he wants to stay out of it, good luck to him. Is he right about the Egyptians turning against us?
Why shouldn't they? What have we done for them?
Well, we've brought them justice and prosperity.
Prosperity. Nothing's changed for them in 1,000 years.
But we're protecting them now.
We're protecting the Suez Canal, the route to India, Clifford's Oil Company. It's nothing to do with the people. We just stick pins in maps.
I see.
we'll call on the Hoopers.
The Hoopers?
Who are they? Sir Desmond and Lady Hooper. He's a sort of unofficial diplomat, and there's all your top brows. He'll tell us what's going on.
Where are we going?
We're going to see the Hoopers.
Merry folk, your Hoopers.
Who are they?
No, I'm afraid Angela's not here. She's out on a painting expedition with our son. And what brings you into Badrasheen?
Voyage of discovery, I call it.
Oh. Is there anything to discover in this much pillaged country?
Oh, what I'd like to discover is what the hell's going on in the desert.
I'm afraid I can't answer that question, Mr. Clifford.
Yes, but it's vital for my company's interest to know exactly what's happening.
What is it?
I think he'll be all right. Put him over there. No, wait. We were in the desert, and I was painting, and I didn't see. But he was playing, and there was an explosion, and but he'll be all right.
Yes, I expect he's suffering from shock.
Do you think we ought to rouse him? Perhaps he should have something to eat.
Yes, something nourishing, something light and easy to swallow.
Well, gruel or an egg beaten up.
Yes, and he ought to have an anti-tetanus injection.
There was some Dettol in the car, and I bathed his head.
Now I've seen everything. Did you see it? Did you see what they did? That child was dead and they tried to feed it. My God. What, did you see it?
I expect I shall see worse before long.
It's cooler now. Simon would like to climb the pyramid.
Well, I'm not climbing any pyramids.
Young people. Come on. Nearly there.
Have you ever climbed up here before?
Once. I'd been to a party with Guy. I was in a long evening dress.
What did you do once you were here?
We sang. Run, rabbit, run. Come on.
Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. Don't give the farmer his fun, fun, fun. He'll get by without his rabbit pie. So run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run.
Poor child.
There's nothing we can do about death. Sometimes we can help the wounded. That's all.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
What's your name, Rifleman?
Arnold, sir.
How do you find your way around?
Get the hang of it, sir.
You've been out here some time?
Yes, sir. City Pirani and the Benghazi handicap.
How was it?
New bloody murder, sir. Don't have me shot for saying it, but Ron was a genius. All the lads think so.
Where are the Germans now?
Over there.
How can you tell?
You get the hang of that too, sir.
Tea, sir?
Thank you, Sergeant.
Sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Have you any idea what's going on?
Not for me to say, sir, but I reckon Major Hardy's got us lost again. You get used to that. You get used to all of it. It don't take long.
What's it like, Sergeant, being under fire?
Ah, you don't think about it, sir. Thinking about it, that's a mistake. Mind you, when you see some bugger cop it, you think, right, you bastards, I'll get you for that. You've got to hate him at the time, or you'd be no good.
Try to move out!
Sounds like the old bugger's worked out where we are.
What is the enemy now, Mrs. Pringle?
There. The little row of baby swastikas.
Oh, dear. And today's broadcast, they say that we will drive the British out of Africa. Thank you.
How do you feel about a German occupation at Bal?
Oh, they are invaders like all the invaders that come here for hundreds of years.
The British can't afford to lose the Middle East.
Can't afford? Oh, dearie me, Mrs. Pringle. How many people can't afford? The French, the Poles, the Dutch, could they afford? You know, in my heart I say better the devil you know. But I'm brushing up on my German to be on the safe side.
Mrs. Pringle, did you get that supply of yellow pins?
Yes.
Good.
Here. What's wrong?
The Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor.
There you are.
Oh, my dear sir, how very generous. Is that all for us?
Taxi for Lord Binknose! Taxi for Lord Binknose! Taxi for Lord Binknose!
Sorry, sorry.
Taxi for Lord
Come on.
Binknose!
Have you packed your bags yet, Harriet?
Why should I pack my bags?
There's a special train leaving Cairo at 9 o'clock in the morning for women and children.
When did I ever behave like a woman?
And where's it going, this very special train?
Palestine, I think.
I'd rather go to Alexandria.
The Germans are 50 miles outside Alexandria.
I know, that's why I want to go.
To check up on Rommel.
To check up on Guy. I've been trying to telephone all week.
It's a waste of time.
Are there trains running to Alexandria?
It's occasionally.
I'll drive you to Alex.
You're as foolhardy as Harriet is.
I do hope so.
Very well. I will simply repeat, in my official capacity, I am advising you to catch the early train in the interest of safety and security.
Thank you for the advice.
Dorbo.
What?
Bollocks.
Seconded.
Noted.
There's a small hotel with a wishing well. I wish that we were there together.
You seem happy. Is that the word?
I'm afraid you may be right. I'm in love.
Good. Anyone I know?
I think you've met.
Who?
Sorry. Strictly clandestine and carnal. Any more questions?
Yes, are you married?
Hey-ho. Straight for the jugular. Meet you at the hotel at 6.
Yes.
Will you be all right?
As a dear friend once said, do I look like a military objective?
What happened to your friend?
Somebody shot him.
Darling! Wow! This is the nicest thing that's happened to me in ages.
By the look of the place, it's the only thing that's happened for ages.
Wow, so?
Finnegan's Wake. You're not trying to lecture them on Finnegan's Wake.
I have two exceptionally brilliant students.
I just walked along several miles of corridor without seeing any students at all.
Well, the level of enthusiasm varies. It's to do with the climate, you know.
I've come to take you back to Cairo.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
Guy, the Germans are 50 miles away.
But this isn't Athens. There we only had the sea. Here we have the whole of Africa.
Do you ever look at maps?
Well, no, English is my speciality, actually. And can we talk about this later? I have some people to meet. And so do you now. Come on.
I love you, but I can't remember why.
Salam, Mahmoud.
Salam.
Are you waiting for Guy Pringle?
Usually, yes.
He'll be along in a few minutes. My name is Aidan Proud. You must be Harriet.
Yes. This is Bill Castlebar.
Hello. I'm on leave from Damascus.
Damascus? How do you know Guy?
Last time I was here, somebody told me a story. 2 men were shipwrecked on a desert island. Neither knew the other, but they both knew Guy Pringle.
Funny and clean. A unique combination.
Ah, you found each other. And, you recognize this one?
I knew I'd seen you before. Aidan Sheridan.
Here, in the same bar, we have Aidan Sheridan, the great actor, and William Castlebar, the great poet.
No, I was Aidan Sheridan. Now I'm Captain Pratt of the paper.
I saw you play Constantine in The Seagull. I'd never seen any Chekhov before. At the end, I went out crying.
It's my first big role. I talked to myself in my dressing room mirror. I said, this is the beginning.
And so it was. I mean, you played Henry V, Romeo, Oswald.
Hamlet?
Hamlet was next.
So it is for us all.
We could do it for the troops.
Couldn't work with amateurs.
And are the troops lusting to see Hamlet?
Well, I very much doubt it.
Oh, very well. Then we'll get drunk.
And then you'll come back to Cairo with
Yes, I'll come back to Cairo. Is beer all round, is it?
Definitely.
Right, several gallons of nut brown ale, if you please.
How did you be?
You'll come back to Cairo?
Yes, at the weekend, eh?
What was that?
3 7s. Germans must be attacking the harbour.
Oh, they're getting closer.
Yeah, it happens most days. Beaufort, I'd guess, wouldn't you?
Gone off the lighthouse again.
Like Caesar. But I mean, you could help and advise, couldn't you?
Sorry, about what?
About Hamlet.
Here they come.
What do you think?
Too far.
Right, Marty, when you're ready.
Battery GF target. HU-106E. Map reference 247012. 140 feet. 3 rounds gunfire. 5 enemy vehicles.
Fire! Capital, Martin. Capital. Get those 2 running away. Those guys under the trucks. Rapid fire! Rapid fire!
What are you trying to do, sir? Give him a headache. Save it. You always bury the German dead? At this time. They do the same for us. Even younger than you, that one, sir.
Morning.
What are the German broadcasts saying this morning, Iqbal?
Rise up against your oppressors and you will be free.
We your oppressors?
You break through the palace gates and tell my king what to do. Is that not oppression?
We're fighting a war, Iqbal.
Aha. My friends would say time enough. When the Germans are at the gates, then cut the English throats.
Come now, you wouldn't cut my throat.
Believe me, Mrs. Pringle, if I would cut your throat, I'd do it in a kind and considerate manner.
You wouldn't hurt me.
Indeed, I would not.
Mayor, if I might have a word. I've had confirmation that now the United States is in the war officially, new staff members will arrive any day.
Meaning?
Sadly, there will no longer be employment for any aliens, apart from translators.
Am I an alien?
Technically, yes. I'm afraid you are.
An alien?
Perhaps you must have cut his throat, Mrs. Pringle.
I beg your pardon?
Some German translation, sir. German. Formation room? Just one moment, please. Mr. Dobson, an eminent diplomat would like to speak to Mrs. Pringle.
Thank you. Dobby.
Are you not eating?
Not hungry.
You've lost weight since you came here.
Possibly. Not much to lose.
You said he'd be here half an hour ago.
Who?
Guess.
Guy? Oh, he's always late. Why is he coming here?
I have news for him. Oh, here he is.
Hello.
Is tea all right for you?
Yes, in as far as it goes.
Hello, Harriet. Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, darling.
You promised to escape to Cairo several weekends ago. Do you remember?
Yes, and here I am.
I have news for you both. Gracie's been sacked as director of the organization here in Cairo.
How can they sack him? He ran away, along with Pink Rose and Lush and Dubedat.
A telegram will pursue him across the Levant informing him he's been sacked.
Yes, but why has he been sacked? I mean, the organisation doesn't normally sack people for incompetence. I mean, not even for cowardice.
I understand there's some question of immoral practices on a houseboat with a Turk.
Ooh, sounds rather good.
I imagine the fact that it was a Turk rather tipped the scales against him.
No wonder he has back trouble.
So who's going to replace him, then? They're going to fly someone out?
No, they're appointing a chap from Alexandria.
Really? Who? Me? Well, another new home.
Another new home.
Yeah, we have new homes like other people have mice.
We're all quite informal here. This is the lovely Edwina.
Dobby always told me you were a pet.
Hello, how do you do?
Hello. I wish I had a husband like this one.
We'll discuss it privately sometime.
It's going to be such fun.
I think I found someone for the spare room.
Don't you ever get tired of organising people's lives, Dobby?
No, it saves me the trouble of organising my own.
I'll show you our room.
Can we leave that till later, Dolly?
Later.
I have some people to meet.
Already?
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Guy Pringle. I am your new director, and thank you all very much for coming here at such short notice. Now, I realise that over the past few weeks at the Institute, you've all been operating under very difficult circumstances. I understand, moreover, that you've seen nothing of Professors Gracie, Dubedat and Lush. Now, together, we will remedy that situation, and I shall start by making sure that you are paid the money that is due to you. Also, now we shall order more books for the library, and we shall start a gramophone library. There will be weekly play readings and poetry readings, and there will be music and dancing. Yes, and in addition, I am planning a series of lectures on modern poetry by the famous English poet William Castlebar. I'm also approaching Professor Lord Pinkrose, the world-famous authority on Byron, to give a paper on that subject. And a little later, I intend to mount a production of Hamlet with the assistance of Aidan Sheridan, possibly the finest young actor on the West End stage in the years immediately before the war. But there is one very important thing. We do need more teachers. So please spread it among your English-speaking friends. The work is regular and the pay is good. So, thank you all very much for your enthusiasm and concern, and I shall see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Was I all right this afternoon, darling?
You were splendid.
Good.
Have you asked them?
Who? What?
Pinkrose, Castlebar and Aidan Sheridan. About lectures and Hamlet and so forth.
Oh, not exactly. I will ask them. I mean, they'll be keen to help.
Yes, I expect they will. Guy.
Yes, darling?
Welcome home. Wherever it is.
Thank you. I must talk to Aidan, you know. People always get it wrong about Ophelia. I think that she...
Whenever spring breaks through again, time may lie heavy between, but what
This section, Martin.
is
Quite sublime.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Simon.
Good night, Martin.
Not so. Just the echo of the sky.
Why don't they attack?
Same reason we don't. Short of supplies and a long way from home. Any news of your brother, sir?
Yes. Seems he's with the 6th New Zealand Brigade. They were at Bab el Qatar a couple of months or so before the Germans moved in.
Aren't the Kiwis at the ridge now?
Yeah.
Well, we can drive there in a couple of hours.
No, I suggested that to the CO. He told me not to be so bloody silly. My job is to stand by and wait orders.
Same job as mine, sir.
We'd like a word with the director. Well, good heavens. I thought you were in Palestine.
We've come back.
Well, a plague of lecturers. Only just got rid of the frogs and the locusts.
We've come to congratulate you on your new appointment.
Well, thank you very much.
It couldn't have happened to a nicer chap.
And you need work, do you?
And we need work.
It was ghastly in Jerusalem. Pink Rose Day to the King David. We were stuck in the refugee camp.
We gather you're recruiting for new staff.
Well, yes, but, Well, the thing is,
I know you prefer English speaking.
You didn't give them work.
Well, I'll find them a little part-time lecturing, I expect.
You have a heart of pure marshmallow.
Shh! Edwina's about to make her entrance.
Peter, darling, come and meet my adorable friends. Harriet, Guy, and sweet Dobby.
I see. Civilians, are we?
I have the body of a weak and feeble woman.
Military, are we?
Stuck at GHQ. Not from choice. I'm a fighting man, pure and simple. Well, not so pure, pretty bloody simple. Ready, old thing?
Ready.
Well, we'll leave you to your home comforts.
What was that?
Does it have a name?
His name is Lord Listowel Varna.
Oh, well, only the aristocracy could manufacture a name like that.
What does she see in him?
She sees Lady Listowel Varna.
Job for you tomorrow, Arnold.
Sir?
Take the wagon to the New Zealanders on the ridge and assist with my inquiries concerning Captain Hugo Boulderstone.
We're going to see your brother?
Yes.
Well, I'm very pleased, sir.
Carry on, Rifleman.
He's whistling in the dark.
We'll do that.
What do you keep in here, Arnold?
Scorpions, sir.
Can I have a look at it?
Yeah. Be careful. Christ! Be careful, sir. Be careful. There you go, you little bugger.
What were you in City Street, Arnold?
Student, sir.
What were you reading?
Zoology. Durham University. Took finals a week before the outbreak of war.
I see.
That's why I like to look at scorpions and spiders. It's an apology, really. They belong here, we don't.
You're a remarkable bloke, Arnold.
Everybody's remarkable if you get a look, sir.
Corporal Peters?
Sir.
I understand you're in my brother's platoon.
You're just like him, sir.
We are brothers.
I'm sorry, sir.
What do you mean?
Didn't they tell you? I'm sorry, sir, but your brother's dead.
was a great bloke, sir.
Were you with him? Will you tell me about it, please, Corporal?
We were on patrol, picking up wounded. We were sort of like protecting the ambulance. Makes a good target, an ambulance moving against the skyline. The Germans knew what it was. Mortars they used. They kept on until they got the lot. We were all sort of scattered, so I went looking for your brother. When I found him, he was in a bad way.
Tell me.
Well, they'd shot his legs off. I told him we should try to make it back to camp, but he wasn't having any. Chap's no good with two wooden legs, he said. Tried to make me go, but I stayed with him. About 2 o'clock in the morning it was when he finally went. That's what he said. I'm going, Peters. And he went.
Do you know the way, Arnold?
By the back of my hand, sir.
Hello. Hello. I'm Angela Hooper. Do you live here? Yes. I'm moving in. Dobby invited me.
Oh, yes, he said someone was arriving. Where's your luggage?
It's on its way. Probably lost, I should think. You think I've forgotten where and when we met? I wasn't quite sure. The day my little boy was killed.
So I was hoping you didn't remember.
I remember every last detail. I remember the people in the room, you, the man with the dog.
Mr. Liversedge.
That loud-mouthed old man Clifford, and a young officer.
Simon Boulderstone.
I remember them all. I brought in my boy, and you were all in the room. He was a beautiful boy, wasn't he? His body was untouched. But a piece of metal had gone into his brain and killed him. We couldn't believe it. But next day, of course, we had to bury him.
We wondered if there was something we could do, but all we could do was go away.
I went away too, not long after that. I couldn't stay in that house. Everything ended for me that afternoon. Child, marriage. Oh, that ridiculous life of dinner parties, gaming parties, shooting parties. Well, I've done with that. I'm getting a divorce. I found somebody to restore my sanity. Don't worry, it is restored.
Angela. That's right.
Let's have a bottle of scotch.
Splendid idea.
Harriet, don't go. I can see Guy. I must congratulate him on only being 2 hours late.
Bring him over here.
Scotch will certainly tempt him.
Bit of a lark, Mrs. Pringle.
Bit of a lark, Mr. Liversace. Hello.
Hello, darling. Who's here?
Hello, Avon. Are you going to play Hamlet?
No.
Oh.
Another 5 minutes there. Might have said yes to Rosencrantz.
Did I see you talking to that Hooper woman?
Oh, yes. She's our new neighbour.
I'm told she's as mad as a hatter.
No. I think perhaps she was once, but she's come through to the other side.
And we still have to make that journey.
What? Don't be absurd. Cheers.
If you were my father, would you want to know how I died, or would the simple fact be sufficient?
Well, it's not for me to say, sir, but if you're not happy with it.
As if you need a drink.
Please.
Come sit down.
Tell me, is it Hugo?
Mm-hmm. He was out with the patrol. They were all killed.
I am so sorry.
I really came to tell Edwina.
I'll tell her you're here. Edwina?
Come in. Oh, Harriet, just the person I need. How do I look?
Like Helen of Troy. Now listen, Simon Boulderstone's downstairs.
Simon?
Boulderstone. Hugo's brother. You remember Hugo?
Hugo?
Oh, just a casual acquaintance, darling.
Hugo's dead.
Oh, how awful. I think he gave me this. Oh, no, perhaps it was this.
It hardly matters now, Edwina, really, does it? I only ask that when you come downstairs, you show him a little kindness and concern.
Well, don't ask me to cry.
It would ruin your makeup.
It wouldn't help.
A good performance, please. Angela. You've introduced yourself.
We've met before.
Simon was in the room when I brought in my little boy that afternoon. We didn't know he was dead, of course. Must have been terribly upsetting for you. I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter.
And Simon's told me all about his brother. So we've done all the difficult bits.
Good.
Now, I think we should take this beautiful young man out into the world and flaunt him.
Really?
Unless you're waiting for Guy.
I'm always waiting for Guy, but he never appears.
Simon. Simon, what can I say? I'm so terribly, terribly sorry. Hugo was a beautiful man.
My God, I envy you.
Me?
Long to be at the front myself.
You wouldn't want to be where I am, sir. Ours is a sort of scallywag outfit. Fighting's always somewhere else. I'd like to have a real go at them, especially now.
Because of your brother? Understood. Well, if you want to transfer, I'll see if I can work it. Boulderstone, isn't it?
That's right, sir. I enjoy the desert. I feel I belong there.
Good man. Come along, old thing.
Oh, God. Angela. Oh, my God. There are people in this club who smell whiskey at 100 paces.
Is that whiskey?
It always has been done.
This is Mortimer. She's in the army. This is Harriet. This is Angela.
How do you do?
Simon Boulderstone.
Oh,
hello.
May I help myself?
Of course, that's a house rule.
Is Mortimer your first name or your second name?
Oh, these days I've only got one name. I'm just Mortimer.
And what do you do?
Drive, mostly. I've just been to Iraq and back in a lorry.
I'd love to go to Damascus.
Oh, we'd offer you a lift. It's against regulations, but nobody argues with us.
What are we going to do tonight?
Simon wants to go to the Burqa.
I don't even know what it is.
That's disgusting. And a wonderful idea.
Anybody want to come to the
You like my sister?
Now I know.
Hello, Captain. You want a breakfast cup?
No.
Is that it? Doesn't take very long, does it?
It isn't a precise art.
You're telling me.
Very good, Jig.
It was awful. So humiliating. Harriet gave me a lecture once on how we exploit the Egyptians. And now I understand.
Naked imperialism.
Well, I'm delighted I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Well, I've had the most amazing stroke of luck. 2 new teachers have turned up out of the blue. Perfect English, well-read, very hard-working, and they could find work anywhere. They want to teach.
Egyptians?
No, they're European Jews, more or less, from Palestine.
Oh, I see. Do they have names?
Hertz and Alain. So they'll take over the English classes and I can concentrate on literature.
And troop shows.
Mm.
And a possible production of Hamlet.
Yes.
And the Pink Rose lecture.
Oh, God. Yes, is that as well.
And your wife.
What's she doing?
Doesn't matter.
Enjoy your leave, sir?
Not very much, no. I've learned a lesson. In wartime, don't get attached to people. Either they betray you or they die. Did anything happen while I was away?
All that talk about this new man, Monty. So he's got a direct line to God.
Won't be long now, sir. Sappers are nearly through.
Mine.
Right, Balderston. They tell me that minefield's clear. Take your chaps through it, get up that ridge and secure the left flank.
Right, sir.
One more thing.
Sir?
Accept no more casualties than the situation justifies.
Casualties?
Right, sir.
Advance! On! Fire! 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 Fire!
Not bad. 6 dead, 3 walking wounded, 4 for CCS. Well done, Balderston.
Getting quite chilly in the evenings, have you noticed?
Yes, absolutely. Very chilly.
So let's get some blankets out of store.
Good idea.
going on up there?
Angela is entertaining Bill Castlebar, and vice versa, I imagine.
What, in the middle of the afternoon?
Yes. In the middle of the afternoon. I suppose one could complain, but there isn't really enough noise to complain about.
Right, that's enough noise to complain about, don't you think?
Probably.
Harriet, I don't suppose...
It's okay.
No, thank you.
We spilt a bucket of water.
I see. Mr. Dobson's been complaining about the noise.
He doesn't complain when Edwina has Lord Peter Thing in her room.
He's more tolerant of lords than he is of poets. A bucket of water.
Bill keeps a bucket of water by the bedside. He's inclined to come too quickly when he's overexcited, so he dips his wrist in the water and it cools him down. It's a useful little tip. You and Guy may not have that problem, though.
Can't remember.
We plough and sow, we're so very, very low that we delve in the dirty clay till we bless the plain with a golden grain and a vale with a fragrant hay. Our place we know 'tis so very, very low. 'Tis down at the landlord's feet. We're not too low the grain to grow, but too low the bread to eat. And then there are about 5 more verses.
He knows them all.
Hello, darling. I'd like you to meet Mr. Hertz and Mr. Allain. This is my wife, Harriet.
Good evening, Mr. Hertz. Good evening, Mr. Allain. And your name is?
We were just planning our winter syllabus, darling.
And discussing the inevitability of the revolution.
Ah.
The meek will not inherit the earth. The meek must seize the earth.
You have heard Mr. Pringle's poem about the very low?
Many times, yes. I know the chorus, and sometimes I join in.
Did Professor Castlebar write the poem?
It was written by Mr. Jones.
I think Mrs. Pringle is joking with us.
No, she's right. It was written by Ernest Jones, 19th century chartist.
A chartist? What's that?
Ah, well, let me explain.
I'm off to see Angela.
Well, I might see you later on, darling.
After you've explained the chartists? It was delightful to meet you both. Don't let him bore you.
Professor Pringle is a wonderful man.
Adji is never boring.
I agree.
Anyway, look, 19th century England, a quite extraordinary... Oh, thank you, Agnes.
Harriet, you're just in time for the ceremony.
What ceremony?
The presentation.
Is it for me?
Of course. Who else?
Pin it on for me.
For distinguished service.
Thank you.
A very moving ceremony.
Wolfie!
Mona!
Mona? You never call me Mona.
I'm sorry, Lambkin, but when did
How
you...
did I get here?
Yes.
Didn't you get my cable?
No.
I flew in today. I'm working for ENSA. Well, introduce me.
Harriet Pringle and Angela Hooper. Mona, my...
Your wife?
Yes.
Well. If anyone's buying a round, mine's a strong ale.
You won't get any strong ale around here. Here,
Oh, I like that. Is that for me?
No, it's a present from me to Harriet here, and Bill put it on for a joke.
It's just a little joke.
Good joke.
You're with ENSA?
Yes.
Singer?
Hasn't Bill told you anything about me? Yes, I'm a singer.
You must speak to my husband. He's always putting on shows for the troops.
Oh, I only do it for money. Come on, Wolfie, luggage.
Well, hasn't ENSA organised any accommodation?
Of course not. I'm staying with you.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case...
Oops.
Angela, you must have this back.
I gave it to you.
But you didn't mean me to keep it.
It's no use to me now.
Thank you, I love it.
God help us, Harriet. What's the cure for love?
Another love.
No. You want one love, not another. Even if he's a dead loss.
Is he?
Oh, yes. Wolfie. And Lamke. Harriet, let's run away together.
Where to?
Well, when I was with Desmond, we used to spend every winter in Luxor. We could go back there. I've got to get away from Bill.
Luxor. I'll have to see what we have in the bank.
Oh, don't be silly. This is my idea. It'll be my treat. We'll have a riotous time. We'll really live it up. And to hell with bloody Bill Castlebar and his even bloodier wife.
I think I heard Guy come in. I'll tell him.
Oh, Harriet. Thank you.
Is something wrong? Well, obviously something is wrong.
Your department, I think, Harriet.
Wise people cry always my department.
You're so much better at it than anyone else, darling.
What's wrong, Rena?
Peter!
What a surprise. What's he done?
He's a swine.
Yes. Now, what have you discovered this evening that leads you to that conclusion?
I think he's married.
Does anybody know for certain, darling?
No, I have no idea, darling.
Dobby?
What?
Is Lord Lisdoonvarna married?
I have reason to believe that might be the case.
You mean yes? Well, why didn't you say so weeks ago?
Well, everybody's married. Angela, Castlebar, Peter, you, Guy. Doesn't appear to be a subject of concern anymore. People just get on and do things regardless. Generally in the middle of the afternoon.
I hate him.
Well, he is an aristocrat. I'm going to bed. Alone. To sleep. A chance to dream, eh?
I love him.
Darling, I'm going to Luxor for a few days with Angela.
Well, that's a splendid idea, darling. Angela?
Mm.
I haven't seen her for a few days. She's still mad?
Not very.
Good. Good night.
is everybody?
واطفي الموتور.
There's nobody here.
I can see 3 people in the lounge.
Good afternoon, madam.
Why is there nobody here?
It's the war, madam.
The war.
The woman.
Angela, what's wrong? Listen.
I know why there's nobody here. We've arrived in the middle of an epidemic, haven't we?
Just a little fever, madam.
What kind of little fever?
It's nothing. I think the poor people have a look, sir. You will take some quinine. You will be all well.
I can't stay here. I must go back.
If we're going to catch anything, surely we've caught it by now.
I'm not frightened for myself. I'm frightened for Bill.
Why?
Europeans who catch things out here, they're gone in no time.
Bill isn't going to die just because you take a trip to Luxor.
I was painting a picture of the desert. I was so intent on what I was doing. Mixing the colors, brushwork, texture of the sky, that I didn't see my little boy throwing stones at a live mortar bomb. Harriet, I no longer trust anyone to stay alive.
I travelled across Europe to deliver this lecture in Bucharest. Your organisation failed me. I travelled to Athens, still prepared to deliver my lecture. And again, your organisation failed me. Now, I'm in Cairo. I will not tolerate another failure.
Well, the assembly rooms of the American University.
Tawdry.
The Agricultural Museum.
It's too small.
Well, there are those rather splendid tents the Egyptians use for weddings.
Give a lecture in a tent, Pringle. Uncle. I'm not a team of acrobats.
No, I realise that.
I was thinking of the Opera House.
Well, you're not an opera. Here?
Here?
Well, I'll have a word with the management of the Opera House.
Aiden.
Are you real, or have I conjured you out of a dream?
Did you make that up? Or did you conjure it out of a play you were once in?
You're a very cruel woman.
Yes.
I suppose Guy isn't with you.
I'm afraid not. You'll have to make do with me.
You're here alone?
I am now. I was abandoned.
Oh, what does that mean?
I came with a friend, a woman friend. She had to go back to Cairo.
Very well. I shall be your guide, and this evening, perhaps you'll dine with me.
Is the food safe to eat?
Nothing is safe. This way. Egypt is unpredictable. You never know what it'll do to you. I hated it at first. And then it grew on me. It's like a mother you detest, yet are tied to in spite of yourself. I think it's the place where we all began. It's here where we were born first and lived out the infancy of the soul.
You believe in reincarnation?
I believe there are ghosts. I believe we're haunted.
Are you haunted?
At the beginning of the war, I registered as a conscientious objector. They put me on a ship going to Canada, working as a steward and waiter. I suppose they wanted to humiliate me. There was a crowd of kids on the ship, evacuees. We were torpedoed. We got the kids into the lifeboats. It's very cold. It's blowing a gale. And it was dark. And when dawn broke, we were alone. Just one lifeboat in the middle of the Atlantic. Kids only had their night clothes. A few blankets, everybody's seasick. Not enough food and water. When somebody died, we'd throw the body overboard and the waves would throw it back. We pretended it was a joke. We always knew when a boy or girl was going to die. The kid would start having visions. One of them saw an island and said, "Look, it's just over there. Why don't we go there?" 3 of us survived.
The children?
None of the children. And I decided it was too dangerous being a conscientious objector. I realized I'd be safer in the Bay Corps.
And are you?
Makes no difference, Harriet. You see, I was the one who died.
كويس.
Shukran. I wonder, is a lobster a good idea?
Does it matter?
Guy eats everything and he's never ill. I'm careful with food. My stomach's always in a turmoil. You're right, it doesn't matter.
Will you and Guy come to see me in Damascus?
Oh, Guy's always so busy. I'll try and persuade him.
Do persuade him.
I'll try.
Balderston! You have friends in high places, Balderston?
Me, sir? I don't know anyone, sir.
Someone, presumably in Cairo, has seen fit to appoint you a liaison officer, which, as you know, is one of the most sought-after jobs in the British Army. We must somehow manage without you. I have to say, well done. I don't know how you did it, but...
I did meet a chap in Cairo.
That's none of my business. They were sending you a jeep, and you were taken to Corps HQ. And I'd advise you to get your shirt and your shorts to the Dobie Waller. You're going to be among the nobs. That's all.
Sergeant Ridley?
Sir?
What are the duties of a liaison officer?
You can't answer.
You think I wangled it, don't you? And you think I'm not up to it?
With respect, sir, I don't think. Unless I'm ordered to.
What did you do in Surrey Street, Crosby?
Worked for my father. He has a shop.
What sort of shop?
Fishmonger, sir.
Is it interesting work?
Well, it's a job, isn't it, sir?
You wouldn't rather do something else?
I did do something else. Sometimes I drove the van. She's boiling up a bit. Get some water, sir.
We could have a brew up.
Aye.
Booby trap!
How do you feel, sir?
Nothing, I'm feeling nothing.
You'll be all right?
What about my driver?
Mungery for the kites.
Can't we take him?
Honestly, sir, there isn't much point. Oh! I promise you. And up.
Harriet. Did you have a wonderful time?
Fascinating. Where is everyone?
Well, Edwina's in her room enjoying her broken heart. Guy is dodging Lord Pinkrose. Angela has disappeared without trace, and I am here, thinking a few razor-sharp diplomatic thoughts. I say, I didn't mean to upset you. Harriet?
Mrs. Pringle?
I think so.
Shafiq. You have thrown up, yes?
Thrown up, no.
But your insides are upset for how long?
Forever. Just now it's worse. I've just come back from Upper Egypt where a lot of people are dying. They say from cholera.
Not cholera. Malaria, perhaps. We will make further tests and see whether you are ill.
I am ill.
I mean, ill.
What happened in Luxor? Why did Angela come home so soon?
It's complicated. To do with death.
That woman's mad. She's disappeared now.
And then I met Aidan Pratt. Yeah. Told me all about being torpedoed in the Atlantic.
Yes, he told me that story actually when we first met in Alexandria. Tells it rather well.
I suppose I spent so much time talking about death, I was bound to be taken ill.
You should do look ill now you mention it.
This is a hospital.
Is that the time?
I suppose so.
A rehearsal. For which that is perfect.
What do you mean?
For the show as a prop.
Guy, that was a present from Angelique.
Oh, you don't really need that, do you? Anyway, look, I'm sorry. If that is the time,
Always late for me. Why can't you be late for other people?
Well, I am late for other people, darling, or so they tell me. Dobson thinks that you should go home back to England.
It's none of his business.
He's organising a ship for wives and children and, people who are ill.
I'll go if you come with me.
Don't be silly. I've got a job here.
And lectures to organise and shows to rehearse and people to meet.
Yes.
You should do less.
We have discovered your trouble. You have amoebic dysentery. Not good, no, but not bad, because there is a new drug for this condition.
And I will be cured.
Why, certainly. Did you come here to die?
Angela. Oh, I was told you'd disappeared. I was looking for Bill.
Did you find him alive?
Of course he was alive.
And?
We had 24 hours together while Mona went off to sing the Lost Chord to the poor bloody infantry. The troops decided to let her live. She came back. He daren't leave her. He hasn't the guts. I'm going back to England, Harriet, on Dobson's bloody boat.
But I'd be left here without a friend.
Come with me.
Leave Guy. You know what happens when wives go home.
You can trust Guy. He's not the sort to go off the rails.
I don't know. Everything's gone wrong since we came here.
medicine.
Thank you.
Oh, so you've got that gorgeous Dr. Shafiq. How romantic. Lying there, pale and interesting while he takes your pulse.
Amoebic dysentery isn't very romantic. Much of it is disgusting.
Well, he's still gorgeous.
He's also anti-British.
Oh, I know. Belongs to the Nationalist Party. We'd all cut our throats tomorrow, given half a chance. But he is gorgeous.
I like the brooch.
Oh, this? It's just a piece of nonsense your husband gave me. In the show, I have to sing things like "Smoke Gets in Your Eyes." The guy wanted me to look sexy. Bit of a tart. It's perfect.
You did not tell me that your husband is the famous Professor Pringle.
You didn't ask me.
The man who urges freedom and social responsibility.
But only through a Marxist revolution.
There are many ways of killing a cat. Isn't that your English proverb?
Yes, but I have talked to students
The
here.
students. They act and so are useful, but they do not think and so are dangerous. Meanwhile, we must discuss your wife.
Oh, yes.
She is not well.
Aren't you satisfied with her progress?
Not so much. These amoebae are insidious animalculae. They can be carried in the portal stream and cause hepatitis and the liver abscess. But I do not think that she has the liver abscess.
Well, then there's nothing to worry about.
Sooner or later, she will be all right.
Well, that's splendid.
Be all right. You're talking about my liver and my portal stream.
Of course we are, darling, and with great affection.
I want to go home.
And so you shall.
To England.
And you are really going back to England?
Yes.
Just when we have become friends? I am sorry that you are going.
I'm sorry too. I'll take that. Yeah, you will. I'm all right. Now, who's coming to the Pink Rose lecture with me?
What's he talking about?
Byron. Can't stand Byron.
Can't stand Pink Rose.
Can't stand lectures. Fine. Byron's all right.
Evening, Harriet.
Mortimer! What are you doing here?
Improving my mind. Contrary to appearances, I was an undergraduate at LMH when war broke out. I thought it'd be like old times, and it makes a change from getting blotto.
It's good to see you.
Mind you, we can have a few drinks afterwards, can't we?
All right.
Good.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that Professor Lord Pinkrose will not mind if I tell you that he has traveled literally thousands of miles and visited many countries in his attempt to give this lecture. It was originally to have been given in Bucharest, but the war intervened, as indeed it did in Athens. However, I am delighted that at last Cairo should be the setting for this occasion at such an exciting period in Egypt's history, a sentiment which I'm sure Professor Lord Pinkrose would share. Therefore, without further ado, it gives me very great pleasure to invite him to give his lecture on the poetry of Lord Byron, Professor Lord Pinkrose.
It seems not inappropriate.
Take it as official. Hertz and Elaine were the assassins. Thank you.
That's impossible. They were the two best teachers I've ever had.
Nonetheless, they haven't been seen since the shooting.
Was it really a mistake? Students were talking about a Lord Pinkerton.
A chap called Pinkerton passed through Cairo a few weeks ago on his way to Palestine.
What was he doing?
Something to do with the Ministry of Food, an expert on sausage manufacture.
Why should anyone want to murder a sausage maker?
Perhaps he was an MI6 man in disguise.
Well, the whole thing's ludicrous.
This is the Levant, after all.
You used to say that about the Balkans.
Well, those were the Balkans. This is the Levant. It's very different from Cambridge.
Or even Oxford.
Harriet.
At your service.
I've come to apologise.
It wasn't you who shot Pinkrose.
I'm not going to England.
You're not?
When I told Bill I was going, it seemed to focus his mind on everything. He's definitely leaving Mona. We're going into hiding.
Right.
تعرف البلوت تعرف البلوت
Why are we here, darling? I hate zoos.
I wanted to spend some time with my husband before I left the country, and all he could spare me was half an hour during the afternoon.
I'm sorry, darling.
Surrounded by people telling me they're sorry. Will you come to Suey's with me?
I've had a look in the diary, darling. I think it's going to be a bit tricky.
More rehearsals.
Yes, I knew you'd understand.
I always understand.
Of course you do. That's why I love you.
Just because I always understand doesn't make it any better.
Little monkey's paws.
I'm not a little monkey, and these are not my paws.
Can you get a drink in a zoo?
I have no idea.
Right, I shall investigate.
If I could do anything for you, I would. With all my heart. But the world is against us. All I can do is go away. I'm sorry. God has sent you to save me. Oh, I don't want to go to England. Take me with you.
Oh, what laughs!
Guy?
other night, dear, as I lay dreaming, I dreamt I had you by my side. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I hung my head and cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Don't take my sunshine away.
Professor Pringle, sir, it's our wish that I express our sorrow and deep regret that Mrs. Pringle is no more.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Romeo and Juliet, please. Hisham, if you could read from where we left off the other day. That's, Act 4, Scene 4. Thank you.
All things that we ordained.
Yes, ordained.
All things that we ordained festival turn from their office to black funeral. Our instruments to melancholy bells. Our wedding cheer to a sad burial feast. Our solemn hymns to sullen dirges change. Our bridal flower serve for a barrack course. And all things change them into the country.
When skies are gray, you'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
Where's Guy?
Gone for a walk.
He never goes for walks.
Nonetheless, that's where he's gone.
Do you think, in the circumstances, that Harriet would want me to console Guy?
I have no idea. How'd you propose to console him?
He might go to a dinner dance at the Continental Savoy. Does he dance?
Guy, I don't think Guy's one of nature's dancers.
Perhaps not. But he could eat the meal. Gin!
I hate death and everything to do with it.
You feel that?
No.
You feel that?
No.
Fine. How long since you'd copped it, sir? About a month.
About a month.
I see.
First I thought my legs had been blown off. That's what happened to my brother. He died, of course. I didn't, did I?
Of course you didn't.
I'd like to have someone visit me.
Well, let's know the name and address, and we'll let whoever it is know. Him? Her?
Her.
Excellent. What's the young lady's name?
She was my brother's girlfriend, the one who had his legs blown off. How long will it be?
I'm sorry?
Before we know about my legs.
You say it's a month?
Yes.
Well, you begin worrying after 5 weeks.
me. Where would I find Simon Boulderstone?
Come this way. There he is, miss.
Thank you. Hello, Simon, dear. You haven't forgotten me, have you?
How could I? All the time I was out there, I was thinking about you.
Oh, Simon, really?
You aren't cross with me for saying that. Are you embarrassed because of that chap?
Which chap?
Lord Peter... I can't remember his other name.
That's all over now. Not that there was ever anything to be over. I much preferred Hugo.
Hugo?
Of course. You're so like him. Your face, the way you speak, everything.
Our legs?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Beautiful dreamer, queen of my song. I've been here in Plegics. I've been here a month. After 5 weeks, you start to worry. Beautiful.
It was so depressing going to that hospital.
You ill?
No, I went to see Simon Boulderstone, the young officer that was here just before Christmas. He asked me to visit him. Goodness knows why, I scarcely know him. And he wants me to visit him again. Oh, and he frightens me. He knew Harriet better than me. She'd be the perfect person to visit him. Oh, I'm sorry, Guy. I'm so stupid.
Yes. It's all right.
Guess what this is?
No idea.
The road to Damascus.
Watch out for a light from heaven. Do you travel this way regularly?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a light from heaven?
You might say that.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realise.
It's all right. I was just leaving, sir.
Hello, Guy Pringle.
I remember.
I'm deputising for Edwina, who sent these. And I brought you these. I can get some more from the Institute Library if.
Well, I'm not much of a reader.
It doesn't matter. I can.
Leave them. I'd like to look at them.
Edwina has a migraine. She has a migraine Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, whereas I never have a migraine, but then I'm not quite as pretty.
It's very good of you to come. How's Harriet? I still remember climbing the pyramids with her.
She's dead.
But she can't be.
Well, she was on an evacuation ship that was torpedoed, and nobody was saved. I'm sorry.
People are dying all the time now. Young people. Not people you might expect to die. People with their lives before them. I could say to you, keep your pecker up, old chap. But I won't.
Promise.
Promise.
Is there something wrong?
I don't know. Would you do something for me?
Yes, of course.
Could you lift up the blankets and tickle my feet?
Tickle your feet?
Yes, please.
Of course I Can you feel it? Nice.
What's all this?
Happiness. I'm tickling his feet.
He's tickling my feet. Can I have a go?
Yeah, give us a tickle, sir.
All right if we drop you here, then?
Of course, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful.
We'll be back in a week or two.
Well, unless our orders have changed.
In which case, we won't.
So, who's this chap you're looking for, then?
Aidan Pratt, he's in the Pay Corps. He's stationed here.
Oh, they'll know where to find him. And if you ask them nicely, they might get a message to your husband.
Guy. Oh, he thinks I'm on a ship going to England. He won't be expecting a message for at least 2 months.
Up to you. Mind how you go.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
Thank you so much.
TTFN.
Bye. Captain Aidan Pratt, he's in the Pay Corps.
Just a moment. Harry, Captain Aidan Pratt. Sarge? Tom? Sorry, miss, he's been transferred.
Can you tell me where he's gone?
Sorry, miss, can't help you. Not allowed to reveal movements of army personnel.
Well, are you allowed to tell me what that noise is?
Rifle fire, miss.
Who's firing?
The wads, they're always ticking.
What's it like in Damascus?
Same as everywhere else, miss. A lot of bloody foreigners.
I see. Is it safe?
Safe as any other place, miss.
Right.
It's extraordinary, this sense of a human being coming to life again.
So you thought you'd try it?
One has to live by example.
And coming to life in this case consists in going out with Edwina,
Well, in time I shall think of something more constructive, I dare say.
Ready! You haven't changed.
Well, this is what you might call it.
I see.
Well, we're only going for a fish supper, and you can't wear that thing.
You gave it to me.
It's vulgar, it's just a cheap theatrical prop.
It's pretty.
Belonged to Harriet.
Oh. I see. Well, in that case, you better have it back. Am I all right now?
Yes, you're fine.
Have a wonderful evening.
حبيبي كيف تنتهي؟
I say it was going to be a fish supper in the Burka.
Well, you can't have a fish supper without a fish restaurant. This is a fish restaurant which just happens to be on the Burka. I mean, it'd be full of friends. Come on.
Sayyid Sharif!
Hello, Professor. I bring a good fish for you. See?
Very good.
Abdo, atil kantil bed.
Professor Pringle. Sir.
Ah.
It's an honor to have you in our midst.
Well, it is equally an honor that you should welcome me.
You like everybody, don't you?
Of course, why not? Shukran. Now, are you interested in food? The house red is very acceptable. Good God, there's Aiden.
I might have guessed there'd be an Aiden.
Aiden! Guy. Edwina, this is Aiden Sheridan, the actor. For military purposes, he calls himself Captain Aiden Pratt.
Aiden Sheridan.
Will you please join us? Well, I thought you were in Damascus.
Well, I've been transferred to Jerusalem.
How exciting.
Moderately exciting. But now where's Harriet? You haven't split up, have you?
She was on an evacuation ship that was sunk. She's dead. Thank you.
No, please, not for me. I have to go. I'm booked on the night train. It's a very great pleasure to meet you.
I'm so sorry. I'll have to go and talk to him. I'll be 2 minutes. I can assure you I've shed more tears than I thought possible. Now I'm just trying to reconstruct myself, I suppose.
Yes, yes, I understand.
Why did you think that Harriet and I might have split up?
It's nothing.
There must have been a reason for you to say that.
I met Harriet in Luxor. She didn't look well, but she didn't look happy either.
Well, she was unhappy.
She didn't say so, but I hate this god-awful war.
Does anybody like it?
I suppose it must end one day.
Well, I wonder. It could go on forever. We may hate the Germans' cause, but they're brave warriors. They'll fight from town to town, house to house, doorway to doorway. I don't see the Japanese giving in easily either. It'll be like the 100 Years' War, eventually dying of boredom and exhaustion.
Do you really believe that?
Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? What's lost is lost.
Like my career.
Oh, ignore me. I'm talking nonsense.
It's already too late. If I ever work in the theatre again, it'll be too late. Can't be promising and middle-aged. What happened? Will you, come to see me in Jerusalem?
I don't think that'll be possible. I'm going to be very busy learning to walk again.
I'm sorry.
Figuratively speaking.
I could help you learn to walk again.
Well, you know me, always too busy.
In the summer. Come for a holiday.
I don't have time for holidays.
Or for me. Goodbye, Guy.
Oh my God, Edwina!
Everyone.
I'm so sorry. I lost track of time.
Tony Brodie, Guy Pringle.
How do you do?
How do you do? Saw this beautiful creature apparently dining alone. Took the liberty of introducing myself. English must stick together. Don't you think?
Oh, yes, yes. I've heard it's a terribly good thing.
Would you care to join us in a nice fish supper?
I think I'll stick to the house red.
Hello. Hello.
نبلسي يا صابون نبلسي يا صابون
We are outside the Great Mosque.
I see.
May I offer you my protection?
Is that necessary? I'm an Englishwoman.
It would be a great honor to explain the mosque.
Thank you.
Ahlan, Sidi. You must wear this. You must put the veil over your hair.
Why must I cover my hair?
With the deepest of respect, the sight of a lady's hair may distract the men from their devotions.
You can't make men chaste by keeping women out of sight.
You are an unusual lady. You have a mind of your own.
Where I come from, that's not unusual.
Take careful note of the beautiful mosaic Qibla. No human figure, no animal, no creature that could be mistaken as an object of worship.
Because of the ancient Egyptians, I suppose.
Indeed, yes. You can hit the nail very nicely, Mrs.
Mrs. Pringle.
There has been much destruction. The mosque is very old. Look at the inscriptions in the alabasters. Can you read Arabic when it is decorative?
I can't read Arabic at all.
In the name of God, Ye who believe, bow down, prostrate yourselves and adore your Lord, and do good that ye may prosper. It was true in the 7th century, and still true, is it not?
Why do you think God let the Muslims take over?
We must not question the will of God. Now, perhaps, Mrs. Pringle, you will permit me to take you to a very nice cafe for cakes and coffee.
Is it the will of God?
Everything is the will of God, Mrs. Pringle.
In that case, yes. What's he singing about?
He sings Who is Romeo, Who is Julieta.
I see. An old song.
I think a very old song.
It's very beautiful here.
Damascus encircled by gardens, as the moon by its halo.
Are you a poet?
Alas, it was not me, but another, who wrote the deathless tribute to our city. May I ask you, Mrs. Pringle, why you came here alone?
I wasn't feeling well. I decided a change of air would be good for me.
You took the Damascus road,
Exactly.
and your husband? He did not take the Damascus road.
His work kept him in Egypt.
So, you will stay with us till you are restored?
No, I think until my money runs out.
I see. You know, Mrs. Pringle, you are like the new moon.
Thin and pale?
You are delicate. You shimmer like the moon.
Harriet Pringle! Angela! What are you doing here?
She's on the brink of joining the harem.
Don't be silly. You're supposed to be on a ship to England.
No, I changed my mind. I took an ammunition lorry to Damascus instead.
And now you're here with us. Climb in.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Thank you for your protection.
I think friendship between nations is the only way forward for the world. Do you not agree, Mrs. Pringle?
Yes, I do agree. Goodbye. How are things in Cairo?
No idea. We left before you did. Where are you staying?
An ATS hostel.
Oh, my God. Well, you must move in with us at the Grand.
I can't afford it.
Angela can. She can afford me, and I drink far more than you do.
And it'll be good for Bill's ego.
Two beautiful women in tow. Just in time for a drink.
Whatever the hour, day or night, we're always just in time for a drink.
I think I'd like a drink. Must be getting better.
Harriet, it's so good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
It's good for us all to see each other.
Speaking as people who are highly expert in the art of walking out on their spouses, have you left Guy?
I'm here. He's in Cairo. He doesn't know I'm here. Perhaps I have. But I didn't mean to.
That's much clearer, but have you left Guy?
I had to get away from him. I couldn't stand his devotion to the outside world. I was tied to him, but I was always alone.
You needed 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness.
Something like that.
This is quite an acceptable wilderness. Don't you think so?
Yes. But I still don't know what to do.
I'm thinking of marrying Tony Brodie.
Good heavens.
He's a nice man, and he's a major.
Well, you can do better than Brodie, surely.
All the really exciting men have gone to Tunisia, and I don't think they're coming back.
Oh, something will turn up.
I've already waited too long. I'm not getting any younger.
True. The bees aren't buzzing around quite as they used to.
You are a beast, Dobby.
There. Uncle Dobby's only joking. You're still as beautiful as a dream.
But if you can't marry who you want to marry, does it matter who you marry?
Ask Guy. He's the expert.
Shall I marry Tony Brodie?
Yeah, probably. Well, that's settled then.
Thank you, Guy. I'm deeply grateful.
Guy, put your book down. I've got something to tell you.
What about the ship?
No, not about the ship. About, Aidan Sheridan, or Aidan Pratt, whatever you like to call him.
Well, just Aidan.
He's dead.
Oh, God, everybody's dead these days.
I was in the embassy overnight when the news came through. He shot himself.
Well, that's quite a dramatic gesture.
I think he killed himself because of a broken heart.
Did you know him?
Met him with Guy.
Well, why should he have a broken heart? He was fond of Harriet, but...
He wasn't in love with Harriet.
I must be off. I'm due at the hospital.
You haven't eaten anything.
I'm not hungry. I'll see you later on.
Did you mean that?
Of course. Poor fellow was absolutely besotted by Guy. Like everybody else. Goodness knows why. Oh, damn it, I think I will marry Tony Brodie.
Right then, lads, that's your lot. Back to the barrack room at the double.
Come on, work at it. I'm working at it. Hands off the bars. I can't. You can feel your feet, can't you?
Well, I know that they're there, but they're sort of ghostly.
Think of them as solid flesh and blood and tell them to get on with it. All you have to do is forget you can't do it. Come on, work at it! Come on, work at it! Come on! It's up to you. Right. Let's do it again. Oh, your nursemaid's here. He can't come out to play yet. He hasn't earned it.
بالونة بتعريف.
I had a very interesting conversation with your drill sergeant the other day.
You did well. I never have conversations with him. He shouts and I quiver.
He recommends swimming. It's very good therapy.
He told me that. He also told me that there was nowhere for us to swim.
Well, there is a pool at the Anglo-Egyptian Union, you know. Shall I take you there one day?
No.
I could arrange it, you know. I am a member. Might even pay my subscription.
I'll go to your swimming pool when I'm like the other people who go to your swimming pool.
Forget you can't do it. That's all you have to do. Forget you can't do it. That's all anybody has to do. Forget you can't do it.
I did it.
It's a start.
I'm going to climb it.
Well, now?
You'll look after that for me.
Well, you don't think I'm going to let you go alone, do you?
Good share. I'll race you.
Oh, right.
I'm going to do it Harriet's way.
Right.
I did it. I bloody did it!
And so did I. It's ludicrous. When Harriet spoke to you, did she ever talk about being unhappy? Or...
No. Not unhappy.
Was something else lonely?
Not lonely. Alone.
Well, it doesn't really matter now, does it? Come on. Let's get a move on. We'll get sunstroke.
So you think they'll have me back in active service?
Is that what you want?
I'm supposed to be a soldier.
War is an abomination. But I can almost envy you.
Envy me? Ridiculous.
You know what to do.
Come on.
Do you like it?
entrancing.
Guy?
What?
Tell Edwina she's beautiful.
Edwina, you're beautiful.
You're supposed to look at her when you say it.
Oh, yes, very beautiful. That dress was something special?
My wedding.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I really wanted a big wedding at the cathedral, but Tony's so stingy.
Well, he has an ex-wife to support.
So he keeps telling me. We won't even have an Arch of Swords. Just a simple ceremony at the consulate. What was your wedding like, Guy?
Oh, just a simple ceremony at the registry office and an arch of empty beer bottles.
But next time, you'd want something better.
No, there won't be a next time. I don't think I'm the marrying kind.
You're quite sure about that?
Yes. You can't rebuild society and be a married man as well.
I see. Well, in that case, I might as well go ahead and marry Tony Brodie.
And you can have a reception here afterwards.
Can I?
You can have 30 guests, a cake from Groppy's, and Cyprus champagne.
Oh, Dobby, you're a darling.
It's less than you hoped for, I'm afraid. It's also less than you deserve.
An absolute darling.
I know. I've decided to write my memoirs.
Really? What are you going to put in them?
Am I disturbing you?
No.
Where's Angela?
Siesta. When she sleeps, I work on my poems.
More than one?
I'm saving them up until I have another slim volume.
Good. Guy showed me some of your poems after we'd first met you.
Most powerful and passionate voice since William Blake. Is that what you were going to say?
There was one about a dead cat I quite enjoyed.
Don't upset me, Harriet. Or you won't be asked to the office outing.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's Easter. We thought it might be quite nice to go to church.
Oh, I'd like that.
The ship you didn't sail on to England was torpedoed, and nobody was saved.
I was right. God did send you to save me.
That's not the point. Guy must think you're dead.
Shouldn't
me back to Cairo. You need to go to Cairo. We've got a car. You feeling any better, darling?
Because I believe in speaking the truth, however painful. No, I am not.
It's your own fault. Shellfish are bad for you. Whiskey's bad for you. You will insist on both all the time.
I couldn't possibly give up whiskey. I'll give up shellfish. Get thee behind me, crustacean!
They're coming! Come on, play girls! Come on, come on!
Simon, you look wonderful.
So do you.
And so like Hugo. See you later. Guy. Oh, I'm so glad you could be here.
I live here.
You are a fool. Jamie, Lucy. Tommy. Oh, how can I thank you for all of this?
By having a long and happy marriage.
It's a possibility.
Good God! Where have you been?
I'm looking for Guy Pringle.
Bill! Well, this is wonderful.
Listen, I've got something to tell you.
Come on, have a drink.
Listen, you bastard.
Steady.
Angela's outside in the car. With Harriet.
What do you mean?
Precisely what I say. She wasn't on that boat. We found her in Syria. She's outside in the car.
If this is a joke, I think I'll murder you.
Dobbo. Do you think I'd joke about a thing like this?
Oh, I'll fetch her. She was my best friend. Isn't it marvelous? At my wedding.
I wasn't sure you'd want me back.
Bit of a lark, eh, Dobson? Bit of a lark. Come along, toilets. Bye-byes.
Where's Harriet?
Unpacking.
Thank you, Angela, for bringing her back to me.
Do you still think I'm as mad as a hatter?
Yes, probably. But I prefer you to any 12 sane people I can think of.
I'm a sane person.
Yes, well, there are always exceptions.
Harriet.
Look what I found. Did Edwina return it?
I think I asked her for it. Time we were going.
Going?
Where are you going?
Well, I promised Simon a lift to the hospital, and then I have to talk to some young Egyptians.
Coleridge or Shakespeare?
Self-determination.
You can't. Harriet comes back from the dead, and you want to talk to her load of Egyptian troublemakers.
Well, they're first-class people. One of them is Shafiq, Harriet's old doctor.
Nothing has changed.
Doctor.
What did you say, darling?
For Christ's sake! Get it!
I'll telephone.
Doctor!
Mrs. Springman, please, may I speak with you? You must look after your friend. She is, I think, of an unstable temperament. She will need support.
She will get support.
Good. Please, wait here. I will send your friend to join you in a few minutes. She is not Mr. Castlebar's wife, I think.
Correct, she's not. I'm Mr. Castlebar's wife, and I demand to see him.
So, Mr. Castlebar has 2 wives. That is nothing to me. He can have 4. But he is a sick man. You must not disturb him.
I won't disturb him, but by God, I'll disturb that bitch.
They're going to operate. Thank you, Mahmoud. Perforated bowel.
With Mona standing guard over the surgeon.
She stands guard over most of Egypt.
Ready?
Well, where are you going?
To the hospital to see Bill.
Hello, Dobson.
But I thought...
My friend Dr. Shafiq is going to smuggle us in at the back door.
Yes.
He's all right?
Harriet. Angela. I'm sorry.
Cannot be numbered. Accept our prayers on behalf of the soul of thy servant departed, and grant him an entrance into the land of light and joy in the fellowship of thy saints.
Do you see what that woman had written on her inscription?
I never read inscriptions.
Fondest memories of Wolfie from Lambkin.
That's why I never read inscriptions. What did you write in yours?
Nothing.
Good. Come now.
You're a good man, Toby.
So I'm told.
Where do we go now?
Apparently, Lambkin has hired a large marquee and a pianist who plans to sing to the mourners.
I have to go to a meeting.
You can't. Simon goes to Tunisia tomorrow. We may never see him again.
I don't mind, really.
I know where we should go.
I don't really want to go anywhere.
Where?
You'll never leave me again, will you?
Don't know. Can't promise. Probably not.